Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our participants and audience from around the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, hello, and welcome to you from Washington, D.C. to the 2021 Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. My name is Fred Kemp, and I am the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. Wherever you are in the world, I hope you are safe and that you are healthy. For the past 4 years, we have gathered a global audience in Abu Dhabi for a discussion about the geopolitics of the energy transition and to shape the energy agenda for the coming year. This year's forum, however, will look a bit different. A once-in-a-century pandemic prevents us from enjoying the in-person company, conversations, and insights we've always treasured during our time together in Abu Dhabi. We all miss that. But in the spirit of this year, we're turning that obstacle into an opportunity. Instead of bringing you to the forum, we are bringing the forum to you, with sessions across all of the world's time zones involving a uniquely rich audience and cast of speakers. I'm also impressed by what our Global Energy Center, led by Randy Bell, has pulled off with our UAE partners at the Ministry of Energy, Infrastructure, ADNOC, Mubadala, and Masdar. We think you're going to like what you see. And we are so proud once again to gather under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Deputy Supreme Commander of the United Arab Emirates Armed Forces. I'm coming to you live from Washington, D.C., and on this morning, one day ahead of tomorrow's presidential inauguration, the city is in lockdown with concrete barriers, high fences, and more than 20,000 National Guard troops. Yet even though the United States looked into the abyss of violent insurrection on January the 6th, the American system of government and our institutions have shown their resilience, durability, and dynamism. The 240-year plus tradition of peaceful transition and leadership will take place tomorrow. And with it, we have the renewed opportunity to find common ground on the crucial issues shaping our shaped future, from climate to the Abraham Accords. We are proud that this forum can set an example of how steadfast commitment to thoughtful, measured, fact-based, science-based debate can underpin our domestic strength here in the United States and international purpose across the world. I thank you for joining us in that effort. Even as COVID-19 continues to wreak devastating public health and economic consequences across the globe, entering 2021, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. As governments look to rebuild their economies, the energy transition to cleaner and more sustainable energy sources has actually accelerated during this period of pandemic. At the Atlantic Council, we have always maintained that we are stronger with partners and allies. If COVID-19 showed us anything, it is that the world's biggest challenges can only be tackled collaboratively. And that is the founding ethos of the Atlantic Council and the spirit of our Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. Now, as I kick off the 2021 forum, I'd like to thank our presenting partners and dear friends of these past 5 years. The UAE Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure and Minister Suhail Al-Mazroui, ADNOC and Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Mubadala Musabi Al-Kabi, Chief Executive Officer, UAE Investments, Mubadala Investment Company, and Masdar, led by CEO Mohammed Jamil Al-Ramahi. Your support and commitment have helped build this convening into the annual agenda-setting event we envisioned just a few years ago. It's an amazing team. We also are deeply proud to once again be part of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week and contribute to the thoughtful virtual conversations taking place as part of the various ADSW events. I'm also delighted to welcome our co-chairs, Halima Croft from RBC Capital Markets, and Tim Holt from Siemens Energy, and our international media partner, CNBC, as well as the largest group of sponsors and institutional partners we have ever assembled. You, along with the thousands of participants joining us virtually, are crucial to our success, and I thank you for your participation, even in this year of such uncertainty. It's now my distinct honor to officially open the 2021 Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum, the 5th annual, by introducing 3 interviews which will ground our discussions for the coming days. First, we'll turn to Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, UAE Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology and Special Envoy for Climate Change, and Amos Hochstein, a remarkable energy diplomat, business leader, and Atlantic Council Board Director. They will discuss the importance of seizing the moment of renewed global consensus to take action against climate change. Dr. Sultan and Amos, over to you.
Thank you, Fred, and welcome to the Global Energy Forum at the Atlantic Council, virtually this year. I'm honored to have the opportunity to be in conversation with one of the most intriguing figures in the UAE and the global energy markets beyond. His Excellency, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, holds many titles. Recently, Dr. Sultan was also named to be the UAE Special Envoy on Climate Change, a relevant topic for what we're going to be discussing today. Welcome, Your Excellency. It is great to see you, even if just virtually. In fact, I believe the last time we saw each other was at this Global Energy Forum in Abu Dhabi last year. As I just said, you've recently been named Special Envoy on Climate Change, and the UAE just announced its 2nd NDC. What is the UAE's approach to contributing to the global effort to overcome the challenge of climate change?
Hello, Amos. I'm very happy to see you and to speak to you. And let me just say hello to everyone participating at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. I'm very happy to be back and to be joining you all, even though virtually, hoping that next year we'll all be able to meet in person and hopefully here in Abu Dhabi. Allow me also to say welcome to everybody participating in this year's forum from around the world, and in particular our friends in the United States. Now, back to your question, those who know the UAE those who know the UAE well know that we have always made a positive contribution to helping address global challenges. And the challenge of climate change is no different. This is exactly the narrative or the ethos that guided us to launch Masdar about 15 years ago as a clean technology hub that today is the permanent home of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. And Masdar today has also become a true global investor in renewable energy globally. In more than 30 countries, Masdar is already physically present through large investments by scaling up renewable energy technologies and investing in scaling up those technologies and helping bring the cost down. We not only talk the talk, we walk the walk. And we have seen firsthand how smart investment and diversifying the energy mix can pay off. When we started Masdar 15 years ago, solar and wind were high cost, nascent energy sources, but today they are very cost competitive. In fact, we just set a new record for low cost solar energy at the world's largest solar park here in Abu Dhabi and at Al Dhafra region, with a tariff of 1.35 cents per kilowatt hour. We were the first country in the region to sign the Paris Accords and the NDC that we submitted last month. This makes us the first country in the region to commit to an economy-wide emission reduction. Our approach to climate change reflects our leadership's dedication to addressing global challenges. And we do this in close partnership with international community and with all kinds of partners from all over the world. And we believe that partnership, not just between countries, but between industries, including the oil and gas industry, is actually crucial to achieving our collective climate objectives and climate change goals.
Dr. Sultan, let me pick up on something that you just talked about. You've been at the forefront, as you said, of promoting renewable energy, not just UAE, but you personally have been at that forefront through your leadership at Masdar. And you and I met when you were at the early years of you chairman Masdar. And in fact, I remember in the spring of 2016, I toured Masdar together with then Vice President Biden, tomorrow about to become President Biden, and we received a tour from you. And later that evening, in a small dinner with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, we talked about what you just talked about right now. Sheikh Mohammed asked you to brief the Vice President on the role of UAE and the ability to see the importance of climate change and the role that UAE was already then playing through Masdar and advanced technologies. And over the last 4 years, in addition to chairing Masdar, you've also been the CEO of ADNOC. And I was wondering if you can share with us how you see those roles aligning. You just touched on that in your last answer about the role of the oil and gas industry. How do you see those roles aligning, especially now as you come to the global stage as the UAE climate change special envoy?
Amos, I remember that visit by the incoming President Biden so well. It actually feels like if it happened only a few days ago. And I remember in particular how important sustainable development and sustainability in general was to the incoming president. I remember how engaging he was, and I remember also the type of questions he was asking. It is clear how much focus he intends to give to climate change as part of his agenda. Yes, I was very honored to have had the opportunity to share with him how we approach these issues here in the UAE. And I was also very pleased to have the opportunity to give him firsthand practical examples of what we are doing through Masdar and the many other initiatives here in the Emirates. Now, getting back to your question, you asked me about how these roles in a way fit together. And I'm glad, Amos, that you asked me this question, because I know that it crosses many people's minds. It is firstly a great honor that I have been appointed by my leadership to take on the climate envoy role for the second time, after previously serving in this capacity between 2010 and 2015. Since then, as you rightly point out, I have assumed the role of the group chief executive at the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. And rather than being in conflict, I believe working across the energy mix has given me a deeper understanding of the entire energy system. And based on this, it is clear that the hydrocarbon industry simply has to be at the center of the conversation on climate change. And most importantly, oil and gas has to play a role to be part of the solution. And the fact is, the world will still rely on oil and gas for many decades to come. So this industry, the oil and gas industry, can and must play an important role in the transition to a lower carbon future. Here, the UAE has a dual advantage: a leadership that has always put environmental stewardship and environmental protection first, and a natural advantage because our geology gives us some of the least carbon-intensive oil in the world. And we are building on this position by reducing our carbon intensity by a further 25% over the next 10 years. And we're doing this by enhancing efficiencies and expanding our industrial scale carbon capture and storage facility, which is known to be the first and the largest in our region. In addition, we are exploring the potential of new fuels such as hydrogen, which could be a game changer in the energy transition. We already here in ADNOC produce about 300,000 tons of hydrogen a year as part of our current industrial processes. We are currently exploring the viability of markets in Asia and in Europe as those markets progress and develop. We will build the business case that could position us, Abu Dhabi and the UAE, as a major player and a major supplier of blue hydrogen worldwide. It is very early days though, but with the right regulatory framework, I believe there is significant potential in hydrogen energy.
Dr. Sultan, you've just talked about some of the efforts by the UAE and in the advanced technology around the renewable energy. And I was wondering, as we come into a new administration here in the United States with President Biden and Vice President-elect Harris, and the focus that you just talked about that you saw from President-elect Biden when he was in Masdar has just increased over the years since that visit. So with this focus, and you'll be working with John Kerry, the former Secretary of State John Kerry, now as the envoy, how do you see the opportunities for collaboration specifically between the UAE and the United States on all these areas that you just discussed that you're doing from the UAE? What are the areas of cooperation and collaboration that you see possible in the near future?
As you know, Amos, the UAE and the US have a deep-rooted, very strong, long-standing relationship based on shared values and strategic interests. The relationship between the UAE and the US is multifaceted, covering diplomacy, politics, security, energy, trade, technology, investments in different areas, private equity partnerships and investments, of course, culture and healthcare. In short, we are very aligned in many areas, such as promoting peace, creating opportunity, and enabling progressive prosperity. The Abraham Accord is a very good example. In fact, it's a prime example. With the US diplomatic support, we created a bridge for the first time between Israel and the Gulf countries. And this agreement in particular is already creating economic opportunity for the whole region. Our strategic energy alliance with the US is already very strong. And as you know, the US was instrumental in bringing peaceful nuclear energy to the UAE as part of the 123 agreement. And as both our countries emerge from the pandemic, I believe there are great opportunities for collaboration across the energy sector, and I'm sure across a variety of many other sectors. Starting though with energy, Amos, you know, we have many concessions and exploration partnerships with many US companies, including Exxon, Oxy, Baker Hughes, just to name a few. In the near term, there is room for deepening this energy cooperation around unconventional oil and gas, which we are currently progressing and discovering here in Abu Dhabi, and it's very, very promising and would provide a very special, unique opportunity for American companies to explore such partnership opportunities with us. And there are, of course, very clear opportunities to build on our cooperation and efficiency-enhancing technologies, new energies such as hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, and of course renewable energy sits very high on our agenda, and I am sure there will be many areas of cooperation in the field of renewable energy and the mitigation of climate change. Outside of energy, and as our economy diversifies, I see significant potential for investment in our emerging industrial sectors, manufacturing, biotech, healthcare, agriculture. We've seen recently many US private equity firms discover the UAE as a stable, well-governed, well-established, business-friendly investment destination. And we welcome that. And we look for more opportunities like those. In addition, we would like to see more collaboration on artificial intelligence, advanced technologies. We would like to see us expand our cooperation between the MBZ UAI University, the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. It is the first of its kind. Homegrown, graduate level, research driven, very much focused on artificial intelligence, digitization and machine learning. That could be a very unique opportunity for true long-term strategic partnership in a very important field like AI. In short, there is no shortage of great opportunities for investors from the US to explore here. And I know that these investment opportunities will offer great returns while also making sure that they provide practical progress on helping address global challenges.
Thank you. And I think that also demonstrates your ability to lead on many of these areas, as both in the energy field, on both the oil and gas, the climate, as well as in the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. But let me turn to another area potentially of cooperation that will be needed, not just with the US, but on a global stage. If you think about the COP negotiations, the COP26 negotiations upcoming in Glasgow, which are the most consequential since Paris, this summit comes as the world is not only united as never before on climate change and the need to come together to address this crisis, but also the world is coming out, hopefully coming out, or potentially seeing the light at the end of the tunnel of coming out of the global pandemic and COVID-19. In that pandemic, as we recover from it, we also see the haves and the have-nots, the separation between countries as economically as we come through this deepen. How should the industrial world balance those needs of economic development and the basic needs to be able to supply their own people with necessary needs in the emerging economies with the need for a global and universal climate change action?
The COVID experience has shown us that when humanity comes together, there is no challenge we can't overcome. And while COVID and climate change are two very different challenges, they have three factors in common. They are both global, they respect no borders, and they require a collective, united response. And just as we have with COVID, the UAE will lead as a responsible global citizen, and it will use its convening power to help advance global progress when it comes to addressing climate change. A great example, aside from Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week itself, is the upcoming Dubai Expo, which will be the first expo hosted in our region. It will be focused on uniting the world around equitable solutions to sustainable development. In fact, the Sustainability Pavilion was only opened yesterday. And hopefully when you come soon to the UAE, you'll be able to visit the expo site. And I know for a fact it's something you should see and experience. And To get back to your specific question about balancing the needs of emerging economies with climate action, I find this to be a very important question. In fact, it is a critical question. I fundamentally believe that we can achieve climate goals while ensuring economic progress if we avoid one-size-fits-all policies. We need to adopt a custom-tailored approach for each region, and we need to always strike a balance. Reducing carbon is something we can all agree is a common goal, but it should not undermine the ability of emerging economies to give their people a better future and to ensure a progressive, stable economic growth. For instance, Africa should not be forced to pay the price for the industrial revolution that helped mature economies to get to the level of development they enjoy today. We need to create the right mechanism in terms of funding, energy mix, and broader economic development that strikes that right balance. So I am very much looking forward to COP26. I know for a fact the UAE will play an important role. I know for a fact that the UAE again will play a proactive and a productive and a progressive role in helping achieve the global objectives in addressing such a global challenge in addressing climate change.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan. I think that from cooperation between our two countries and cooperation of our two countries with the rest of the world, I hope we can achieve some of the goals that are so needed right now to address not only climate change, but to do it, as you just talked about, in a way that enables the whole world to battle climate change in the best way that they can. We've come to the end of our time. I could have continued all day, and I think everybody listening to you could continue all day to listen to how to thread this needle that you are tasked with. But I know that we have a great agenda coming forward in the forum. I thank you for taking the time to be with us today and for the opportunity to be in conversation with you today.
Thank you very much, Amos, and I want to thank everyone at the Atlantic Council for such an instrumental work, and I thank them for the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you all in person in the very near future. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful start. Thank you, Dr. Sultan. Thank you, Amos. Dr. Sultan, those were wonderful photos of Vice President Biden, then Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden, Abu Dhabi. Your insights are always so rich into climate, into oil and gas as part of the solution, into the dual advantage of the UAE. Again, really rich across the horizon. As much as I enjoyed reading your recent interview with the Financial Times, it's even better seeing you virtually, and going to be even better next year seeing you in person yet again. Thanks again to both of you. I'd now like to pass to John Defterios for an interview with His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazroui, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates. They will frame the UAE's approach to a dynamic set of energy challenges and opportunities in the coming year. John and Minister Mazroui have been a part of this forum from its beginning. John, Minister Suhail, a warm welcome to both of you, my friends.
Great. Fred, it's good to see you, albeit virtually, but glad to see you're on watch in Washington for us and for the historic inauguration that's going to be taking place in less than 24 hours. So great to see you. All one can say at this stage is what a year, right? Because of the shock of COVID-19, we're seeing the variants now spreading to different parts of the world. It's keeping the world on edge, rightfully so, but also forcing energy producers to be extremely nimble. I remember in March of 2020, I was at the OPEC Plus meeting in Vienna. There was a debate about whether to cut 600,000 to 1.5 million barrels a day. What would be enough? And just about 2 months later, it was a record cut of nearly 10 million barrels a day. Now, that's been tapered, but again, because of the variance we're seeing in demand and the uncertainty going forward, we saw Saudi Arabia start 2021 with a surprise cut again. And we've seen a rally going into it. That kind of sets the framework of our discussion, at least at the front end. A few hours ago, I sat down with Suhail Al-Mazroui virtually. He's in Abu Dhabi. I'm in Dubai this week. And we started about whether this market's finding balance or not, or is the rally overblown? Let's start there. Minister, we're at a stage right now where oil is around $55 a barrel for North Sea Brent. The market is signaling that the inventories will rebalance faster than anticipated, but is it premature knowing that in many countries around the world, they're dealing with the third wave and more variants? Do you see this market coming into balance, and if so, by when?
Well, John, it's a very delicate matter, and we need to remember that we are experiencing this for the first time. What happened in 2020 was extraordinary, and balancing it's also interesting. I think in our forecast as OPEC Plus group, we've been managing the balance very well so far. We are taking meetings on a monthly basis to ensure that we are always there to take any new things that are happening, whether the pace of the vaccine or the development of the virus, and relaying that to the demand and the effect of it. So far, I think this year, the way we see it, is a year of recovery. Whether it's going to be the end of the year where we were supposed to reach the balance, or the beginning of 2022, the forecast is, or the expectation is, to be the beginning of 2022. But I'm hoping that the pace of the vaccine will positively surprise us, and hopefully we can catch up earlier than that date.
In fact, the latest OPEC monthly monitoring report was suggesting by the end of this year, you could see demand rising to just about 96 million barrels a day, from the destruction down to 90 million barrels a day last year due to COVID-19. You're more optimistic. Why is that?
Well, it's the pace, John, of the vaccine. You remember before the launching of the campaigns of vaccinating the people, some people were skeptical on the pace. I think we are catching up at a good pace, looking at it in January. So I'm hopeful that with the helps of the various governments and the approvals, that the vaccination would be faster. Plus, we are in the winter, and hopefully during the summer, we will see also some help in the seasonality effect. We're seeing a very good demand in China and the major economies like China and India. And we're seeing that people are starting to, in certain parts of the world, starting to go back to normal. That gives me some hope, John.
100 million barrels a day. Do we reach it again and surpass it? That's a huge question mark, whether peak demand has already been reached due to COVID-19. What would you say we're going to be seeing by 2040?
I think there is still room to grow beyond the 100 million. If you look at different expectations in 2040, it ranges from 109 to 105. But again, we will see. It depends on the alternatives, how convenient they are in getting to the market. We're talking about a growth in the population. We're talking about as well many people who cannot afford electricity or a car. May do that in the next coming 20 years or so. All of those numbers are not knowns, and they will drive demand, in my view. I think it's 2040 at least will be a year of growth. And until we reach there, I am sure the technology will develop. That doesn't mean that the other forms of energy will stay as a percentage as they are. We are all spending efforts and putting strategies to ensure that the contribution from renewable energy is coming, and we believe in the Emirates it will surpass the fossil fuel contribution. But that's for us, and other countries will have different options, I'm sure, and they will evolve. But for us in the Emirates, we're looking at a 50% or a little bit less than 50% by 2050, and I think the demand on oil will be solid till we reach a 109 in our expectations as OPEC.
You're almost serving as a contrarian as the UAE, taking capacity from over 3 million barrels a day now, about 3.5, going to 5 million barrels a day. What does that tell us? That the low-cost Gulf producers, the efficient ones, will build market share over time? This is the new reality and the strategy of Abu Dhabi?
Well, John, other than market share, what we are looking for is efficiency in production. And we are trying to be an example of how an international or an IOC or an NOC produce. We are investing in reducing the carbon footprint in our oil field operations, and we believe we will be producing some of the cleanest barrels in the future. That with our partners is the aim. Second, the demand, as we just mentioned, there is an expectation that the demand will grow, but the contribution from different countries will differ, as some of the countries will be facing drainage of certain resources, and they will tap into more expensive barrels. We are targeting to be the lowest cost producer and the cleanest cost producer as well, the cleanest barrel producer as well. So those combinations what gives us confidence that in the future our barrels, there will be demand on our barrels, and we want to be ready if a surprise or a demand pickup, then we have that resources. We all know that trillions of investments have not happened in the past 4 to 5 years, and I know that it will catch up with us if we are not investing.
Well, let's cover this idea of OPEC Plus. With this capacity expansion, will the UAE remain within this structure going forward? Many are raising the question that because you want to grow your market share and you're growing capacity, that you'll outgrow OPEC Plus and its usefulness.
No, I think at the end of the day, it depends on how you see the world. We are talking about 2030, and until that time, we believe that there will be a pickup on demand. We are concentrating our production, as I said, John, on becoming more efficient, and we have learned a lot of COVID and the lower price environment that hit us before, to ensure that we are the lowest cost producer in the world. And we believe that for those who are investing in the technology and investing to produce a relatively cleaner barrels, they will have that demand on their barrels in the future. I'm not worried about competition, and I don't think there is a contradiction between having a capacity and staying part of the group.
Okay, very good. It's interesting. What do you tell governments right now who are working on COP26 in Glasgow at the end of 2021, that you have this mix of both hydrocarbons and renewables within the country, and you're investing even more and have nuclear capacity there that you're utilizing, but at the same time are expanding production capacity? Is the answer that we're going to be a low carbon producer, or the lowest carbon producer in your view?
Well, it's a balance, John. We have a responsibility as one of the major suppliers to the other economies, and our responsibility puts on our shoulder that the fact that we have to keep investing while others are not investing in this commodity to ensure that it's available for the economies, it's available for jobs to be created. And we are continuing doing that even at the difficult years like the year that we have seen in 2020. We keep investing because of that responsibility. The second thing, at the same time, we realize that the demand for energy will be increasing in the future. We are working on different frontiers. One is the blue hydrogen and the green hydrogen, as we are building a capacity in the renewable energy. So hydrogen is one of those resources that we think will play a key role in our future and in the world future. The transition typically takes longer than expected. Many people 30 years ago predicted that by 2020 or 2021 we will be less than 50% relying on fossil fuel. Guess what? We're still at around an 80% or so. So there is lots of things. There are lots of things to be done. I think we need to work on reducing the coal-fired power stations, replace them with gas if possible, and complement that with renewable, with nuclear. So every country, depending on what's available to it as resources, will have to drive that their strategy. But all in all, John, we are all working toward reducing the carbon footprint. We are aiming for a reduction of 70% by the year 2050. And that's a commitment that we are putting to the world.
It was a punishing year, 2020, for U.S. shale, and they lost nearly 3 million barrels a day in the United States as a result of this shakeout. In this recovery we see right now, would it be a mistake for the U.S. producers to press on the throttle here and try to capture back market share because it's a fragile recovery and we have the variants that we talked about?
Well, first of all, again, it depends on if you are on the investor side or on the volume side. And I think more emphasis are put now in the US on the investors' expectation. As you know, UAE, we are a major investor in the world, and we understand that. There are expectations from the shareholder, from the investors in terms of returns. And I think looking at what the shale have been through, I'm not sure that growth at any cost will be the option. I think there is wisdom now on the right pace of growth. We all appreciate what the US have done during the year 2020 of the producers from all over the US have done in reducing their supply to cater for the reason which was the shortage of the demand. So I'm sure now wisdom, it's not just going to be growth at any cost. I think it's going to be a wise growth driven by the investors' expectation.
Yes. Do you think expectations now in the energy market are a little bit ahead of themselves here? We've had quite a healthy recovery. Should we base it on real fundamentals and a real recovery in the second half of 2021? And the message here, let's be prudent and not exuberant?
I think we have to be prudent. Many people have burned their fingers several times, so they have learned the lesson. I think all of us as producers now, we need to work together to get the world to the status where it was before. What happened in 22 was unimaginable. The level of reduction in demand, the level of inventories build-up that was reached, all of that need to go back to balance, and that would take efforts from everyone. So we are hoping that everyone will be cooperative. We are taking a burden as OPEC Plus countries, and I am sure that the others will not overdo it looking at the investors, as I mentioned earlier, expectations.
It's interesting if you take a look, because of ESG, environmental social governance, a lot of the IOCs are not expanding their production. Doesn't this give the state operators like ADNOC here in the UAE and what we see with Saudi Aramco a lot more flexibility to pick up market share during this historic shift?
I think it will be interesting. You rightly mentioned. I mean, the IOCs now, driven by their national interest, are looking to diversify within themselves, not to focus only on hydrocarbon, and also to go to hydrogen, to go to renewable energy, as well as an energy investors rather than oil and gas investors, and that will definitely change the focus on the investments. And those who are investing, as I mentioned earlier, John, are going to be a beneficiary of that market share because they have already invested on those barrels. And it's going to be an interesting landscape to watch. Looking at the US as well with the new administration and hopefully going back to Paris Agreement, what does that going to do to the United States production, and any restrictions going to be imposed on the producers? All of that is going to be wait and see during the year 2021 and 2022.
It's great to have you, Minister Suhail Al-Mazroui, the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure in the UAE.
Pleasure. Thank you, John.
So Suhail Al-Mazroui covering the landscape for us, literally from what we faced at the very beginning in the early part of 2020, the response by OPEC Plus, the strategy of the UAE building that capacity to 5 million barrels a day, the influence it would have on the shale producers, and then finishing off there about the changing landscape of the international oil companies and the opportunity it presents for the big state oil producers, particularly here in the Middle East, in particular the Gulf. So we've heard from Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Suhail Al-Mazroui. Let's bring in a major strategic investment fund here in Abu Dhabi, the Mubadala Investment Company. $232 billion worth of assets, with aspirations to grow that up to $500 billion over time. The person I'm going to introduce is a familiar face to the Atlantic Council, but under a different title before. Musaba Al-Kabi is now the head of UAE investments, but actually has a much broader portfolio. Musaba, it's good to see you back in the Atlantic Council, although one's in Dubai and the other one's in Abu Dhabi, but welcome into the virtual stage.
Thank you, John, and I would like to welcome all of you again to the Global Energy Forum. Although this time it's virtual, but I hope next year we're going to have the opportunity to sit all together. And we're missing the old days of pre-COVID, but I'm optimistic that we will get this behind us.
Yeah, indeed. And during the Expo period, at the same time when the Atlantic Council will convene around the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, this is hot off the presses. There's a new structure in place by MIC, the Mubadala Investment Company, with you in charge of UAE investments. And I suggested that your portfolio is wider than that. But give us the strategy here. Is it to home in on this market, look at the strategic partners you have already, look how we can enhance job creation, diversification, and to look at new opportunities? What was the driving force behind that, Musaba?
Well, I think, in the history of Mubadala, of course, we started back in 2002 as a development entity. Then we evolved into an investment company back in 2017. Of course, we merged with another sovereign wealth fund, IPIC. We formed a bigger, of course, investment, big powerhouse for Abu Dhabi. Currently, as you mentioned earlier, asset under management of around $230 billion. In a view of what's happening, we, and the effort of our shareholder, the government of Abu Dhabi, is to push the economic diversification forward. We are taking a view and strategic initiative to also focus or refocus into the UAE economy, build or expand, strengthen the existing industrial or businesses we have, create champions, and more interestingly, because of what's happening globally, try to explore new sectors. And what makes Abu Dhabi different is, we think we have the right ecosystem. We have the right partnerships globally, and we're confident that we will push the economic diversification going forward. And I think we need to put more acceleration in a view of what you discussed earlier. I think the energy transition is happening, and this region is pushing that agenda forward. So we're going to play our part.
Let's pick up on that then. You signed an MOU with Siemens Energy and Christian Bruch, the relatively new CEO of the group, and your good self. Blue hydrogen, green hydrogen. I've heard this and did an interview with Haldun Al-Mubarak, His Excellency, who runs your fund. What do you think is the objective here? Is Mubadala going to be the driver of hydrogen development and being a member of the Global Hydrogen Council, for example, as an indicator of what you're planning?
Yeah, as you mentioned, we joined the Hydrogen Council last year as in the investment, category, and we believe this potentially could address some of the inherited issues with the renewable energy. So the hydrogen touch many places. You can use it in the power generation, in the industrial activities. So it has a wider scope than, for example, renewable energy from solar or wind. So I think we have a window of opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years that will have I would say, significant impact on the energy demand going forward. But if you look at the energy from now until 2050, we think the energy demand will double. And as probably discussed earlier by Dr. Sultan, there is no one size fits all. So we maintain our view that all sources of energy will be required. And we identified hydrogen as one emerging energy source that would definitely help in the meeting the energy demand in the future and addressing one key topic, which is the climate change. So we're monitoring the space, we're putting the right efforts, resources in place to play our part. And as you mentioned, I think this week, Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, we signed a few agreements where reflecting our conviction of this emerging, energy source and putting the right efforts to, play a constructive role going forward.
What happens with Mubadala Petroleum? I've talked to you about your operations, for example, in Malaysia, good gas discoveries. Mubadala Petroleum was the one that was going overseas and being very strategic about what it invested into. With this energy transition, do you exit those hydrocarbons, you keep them in play, and then build up the energy mix, for example, with hydrogen? What is the strategy?
Not necessarily exiting these assets. I think as clear by when you look at all these projections going forward, our strategy will be built on our view of the future. So let's look at Mubadala Petroleum. In Mubadala Petroleum, in the last 5+ years, we focused primarily on natural gas. So be it in Malaysia, Southeast Asia, or in Thailand, or in Egypt. So that's putting the company in the right, I would say, space, because natural gas is enjoying, relatively speaking, a stronger growth than oil, at least until 2035, 2040. And that's the strategy currently, but it's very important also to maintain a very low-cost production, because in the energy transition, I think it's very, very important that we remain profitable, resilient, of whatever commodity prices we see going forward. So yeah, I think we will maintain our principles. Natural gas is attractive, and being a low-cost producer going forward.
Yeah, you make a great point, because natural gas as a transition fuel is a theme that's been brought up by our two previous guests, and rightfully so. I brought up in that interview with Suhail Mazrui about ESG. And how does that fit into the Mubadala strategy here? How do you measure environmental, social governance when putting forward investments now and in the future, and what comes into the UAE in that scope?
Yeah, we're a responsible investor, John, and we're taking the ESG very seriously. We have a committee internally that looks at the investments from also the ESG lens. So, we joined also the IFSWF, International Forum for Sovereign Wealth Fund, Last year, in November also, we joined One Planet. And we're making sure that going forward, we will play our constructive role in ensuring that our investments are in a high compliant with ESG requirements. So even for the environmental or climate change, we're currently running up, an exercise to, identify our carbon footprint and putting the right measures in place to ensure that, we play our role going forward. But rest assured, I think everyone knows this, that Mubadala has been very active when it comes to the sustainability agenda. Masdar, the leading renewable energy company here in the UAE, one of Mubadala's companies, was established back in 2006 when people at that time were very skeptical, questioning also the prospectivity and the potential of renewable energy. I am glad to see Masdar today is recognized as a global leader in renewable energy and expanding more and more into that space. So yes, even in our conventional and traditional industries, we're encouraging them to incorporate sustainability agenda. For example, circular economy and with the petrochemical industry. So we are, as a responsible investor, extremely focused on making sure that our businesses are sustainable, profitable, and run at the highest standards.
Okay, let's take a strategy here. And I saw what His Excellency Khaldun Mubarak had done with the merger of Emirates Global Aluminum here with the properties in Dubai, where I'm sitting today. How do you help EGA in its transition to natural gas as a feedstock and then eventually hydrogen? Can you take that example and say, we'll apply ESG here, let's do it at home with aluminum production?
Yeah, we started that discussion a long time ago with the management of EGA. And for the record, EGA is one of the leading aluminum producers globally. They're also being differentiated, being innovative. So they're exporting also the know-how, the technology, well-established, very strong business. You ask yourself, what is the customer's need and in view of the climate change? Because inherently, this business is an energy intensive and the carbon footprint is relatively high. So we're very glad to reach an agreement recently with DEWA a few days back, where we're going to produce the first ever green aluminum coming from solar. So that's a great step, but this is only one step in the right direction. I'm confident with the current strategy embraced by EGA board and the management, we are going to embrace more and more initiatives to pivot this industry into a more sustainable and green going forward. It's not going to happen over 1 year, John. I think it's going to be a journey where we decarbonize this industry and make sure that it is sustainable.
I wanted to see if we can take the final question to get some insights into how this all comes together. We had Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi, and then Mubadala Healthcare and the broad range. Was this the ultimate test for the bandwidth, if you will, that COVID-19, the pandemic, applied on the UAE, and you're actually in the response time for tracing and testing and now vaccines? You're getting the payback with the global partnerships, the knowledge, the inherent home knowledge that's been developed. I don't mean to sound soupy, but it's been a robust response to COVID-19. What did we learn and the feedback it gives to your society at the same time?
Yeah, I think there is no doubt that the year 2020 is a COVID year, COVID-19, and it is a pulse check of the system, a pulse check of your infrastructure. So in one hand, we're extremely satisfied, happy, and very proud that the UAE, at the leadership level, at the business level, managed to achieve a key, milestones and weather this big global pandemic. So as you mentioned, I think our healthcare units in Mubadala played their role. Be it in the testing, be it in the vaccination program, be it in the in the providing the right support to the UAE people. As you see the news, I think UAE rank one of the top, countries when it comes to dealing with COVID and also in the vaccination program. So 2 million people vaccinated in the UAE so far, out of 9 million population. That's a remarkable success when you benchmark yourself with the. It didn't come easy, of course. It required a very effective visionary leadership and also an ecosystem that could support that response. So yes, I think for the healthcare, life sciences, that's a very interesting sector that the UAE will continue investing in and will continue also, progress to ensure that we're ready for any scenarios in the future, plus providing a high quality healthcare to the UAE and to the region.
I would say that is the ultimate test, Musab Al-Kaabi, and one that really we probably won't see again in our lifetime. I hope we do not. I have to say it's fantastic to see you again. Last year we did it one-on-one on the stage, but you did equally as well, if not even better, virtually. Musab Al-Kaabi, the CEO of UAE Investments for the Mubadala Investment Company. Nice to see you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, and wish everyone all the best and stay safe.
Good. Let's toss it back, Musaba, and bring in Fred Kemp, the Master of Ceremonies and the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. Fred, thanks again for the invitation. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you, Musaba. That was a terrific conversation. Looking forward to seeing you in person next year. It's a pleasure to have both of you speak once again at the forum, and we'll be engaging with you more over the next couple of days. We'll turn back to Abu Dhabi a little bit later in today's program. You'll notice a fair amount of time zone hopscotch this year, but it's truly what's making this year's forum an unprecedented global affair. We specifically asked you to tune in tomorrow. I was driving in DC today, saw a lot of concrete barriers, fences, National Guard as I went past the Capitol. We'll be programming before, during, and after the inauguration. We're very lucky to have Capricia Marshall, the former chief of protocol in the United States, join us during the inauguration. That's a big job. She's seen a lot of inaugurations. And you can watch live just as you're watching now. And we'll provide some commentary on how the inauguration differs from previous ones. A little bit of history, a little bit of the present, a little bit of a feeling of what you're seeing. And it is a historic inauguration for all the reasons you know. But now we'll move to a 20,000-foot view of the energy system for the coming year, one in which it will simultaneously begin the steady recovery from COVID. At the same time, policymakers around the world aim to seize this moment in the pursuit of climate action. For that, it is my pleasure to welcome Fatih Birol, the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency and an Atlantic Council International Advisory Board member. Fatih, your sessions have always been among the most popular and well-attended at any of our forums, because you provide what policymakers and the industry most need with your scene setters: factual, real-world insights into the present and into the future. I'm also proud that you contributed an essay to our inaugural The Global Energy Agenda report, which will be launching right after your talk. And I hope people will stay on for the panel that follows your scene setter, Fatih, because you'll be on that panel with Indian Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Dharmendra Pradhan, OPEC Secretary General Mohammed Barkindo, who we always love hearing, Pulitzer Prize-winning author Dan Yergin, and the former chair of the California Air Resources Board, Mary Nichols. That's a great all-star cast. But Fatih, why don't you kick us off? We're really looking forward to hearing your remarks. And good to see you in Paris.
Thank you very much, Fred. And dear colleagues, greetings to all of you from IEA headquarters in Paris. My congratulations to Fred and the Atlantic Council, despite all the circumstances, to bring us together from different parts of the world in this very important meeting, and with such a ambitious agenda and with so many high-level speakers. Very much appreciated. Now, what I would like to do in the next few minutes is first to talk about the impact of COVID on oil and producer economies especially, but also to give some highlights, the expectations for 2021 and what the IEA is going to do this year. Now, COVID is a major, unprecedented impact on energy, as we all know. Just to all of us to understand how big the impact is in total energy, our report shows that in 2020, global energy demand declined about 5%. 5%. And what does it mean, 5% decline? Is it big or small? It is very big. To understand it better, we all remember, it is still fresh in our memories, the 2008-2009 financial crisis. Global energy demand declined after that crisis as well. But the 2020 decline is 7 times deeper than the decline we had after the financial crisis. It had a major impact for all energy sources. But oil got the biggest hit. Some of you may remember the month of April, when oil demand started to decline sharply. And some of you may recall, beginning of April, I said, this 2020 April may well go in the history of the oil industry as Black April. Indeed, a couple of weeks later, we have seen for the first time negative oil prices. And oil, leave aside the critical importance in energy supply, as a key parameter for the global financial system, gave some alarming signals, which could have devastating impacts for the global economy. So it is the reason IEA has pledged the Saudi G20 presidency to organize an extraordinary meeting of the energy ministers. And I believe ministers coming together under the presidents of Saudi Arabia came together, gave a strong signal, and provided the oil markets and financial markets much needed stability, and gave some strong signals. And I would like to thank Minister Mazri for his positive contributions that came out this G20 presidency. Now, one big debate in the oil market starting from April, May, whether or not we have seen the peak oil demand in 2020, and oil demand will never come back to those levels and will not rebound again. Many thought leaders, including the leaders of the several major oil companies, said we have reached the peak oil demand. But again, the International Energy Agency said that we don't think so. If the governments do not take measures, political measures in terms of the oil consumption, transportation sector, petrochemical sector, and others, once the economy rebounds, so will the global oil demand. Because some people thought teleworking, changing some habits, changing some parts of our daily lives would lead to structural decline of oil demand. Indeed, once again, the IEA was right, IEA and the people who thought like this, and we are seeing the rebound of oil demand. Of course, it is too early to say when we will come to the levels of 2019, but there are some very pertinent data points. One example is China. China was the first country where we have seen COVID impacts in terms of health. China was the first country where we saw the economic impacts, energy impacts, and China is the first country where we see an economic rebound, pandemic being under control. And today, as we speak now, Chinese oil demand is higher than the numbers we had last year, and even close to 2019 levels. So the other countries where we see pandemic gets under control and the economy starts to rebound, and we expect the global economy will rebound significantly this year, we may well see the oil demand rebounds strongly together with other energy sources, again, in the absence of major government policies put in place. So this is one issue to put the things in a context. The peak oil demand will need much more than teleworking, changing some of our daily habits. It needs changes in the technologies, structural policy interventions from governments. Having said that, this year, decline in the oil demand costed many producer countries a lot. Our numbers show that in 2020, the consumers have spent $1 trillion less than the year before, which means many of the producing countries faced additional challenges because of the lower demand and lower oil prices. And this is something we need to see. And only in the Middle East countries, the revenues from oil is halved compared to year before 2019. Looking a bit further, just a heads up from our point of view, we think that the oil demand will not, even in the absence of major policy changes in the governments, will not grow as much as we have seen in the past. We rather expect around 5-6 years of time after this rebound, after the crisis, the oil demand being rather flat. And this, once again, as we said several times, brings an urgent message to many governments around the world, namely diversification of their economies. And this is as urgent as before, if not more, mainly as a result of the points I am going to make in a moment, as a result of the clean energy transitions, which is coming very, very strongly. Now, oil, similar to oil, gas, and coal demand declined substantially. Only one energy source we have seen was immune to the impacts of COVID last year. What was that? It was renewables. Renewables did increase in terms of the absolute values in the year 2020, both solar and wind, as a result of, again, government policies and as a result of being very cheap. And solar especially is growing very strong. And I have, when I release our renewable market report, I look at the numbers of the electricity generation around the world, new capacity coming in the markets. I told my colleagues, we can now crown solar as the new king of global electricity markets, because only last year, half of the power plants installed in the world was solar. Other half, everything else put together, coal plus gas plus nuclear plus wind, hydro 50%, solar alone 50%. And of course, we all know that the Middle East is one of the fortunate regions which enjoys good quality of solar, which can be a wonderful source of electricity generation and other energy uses. So emissions last year also declined substantially, about 7%. And again, there was a hope, and people were happy that it declined 7%. But this decline, 7% decline of emissions that everybody wants to see in the world, the emissions decline, for us, it was not a result of policy changes, putting new technologies in place. It was mainly because of the economic downturn and pandemic. If we wanted to see a structural decline, again, new policies are needed. And going back to China example, again, as we speak now, Chinese emissions are rebounding and they are significantly higher than the year 2019. So why I'm talking about China? Because it's the first country which is rebounding in terms of economy, in terms of having the pandemic under control. 2020, we will hopefully see the world will have, thanks to the vaccines, thanks to the many governments' great efforts around the world, will be under control. Global economy will rebound, and energy sector will be again standing on its feet. But I believe the scars the COVID pandemic left will be with the energy industry for many years to come. This is the 2020. I wanted to share some thoughts. 2021, it is a pivotal year for the energy sector and for our fight against climate change. There are many reasons for that, but I want to highlight only one. Many governments around the world, European Union, United Kingdom, Japan, Korea, Canada, Brazil, and soon, I believe, United States, they are making commitments together with China, net zero emissions by 2050. And this will have huge implications for the energy sector. In fact, climate challenge is essentially an energy challenge because more than 80% of the emissions causing climate change comes from the energy sector. Those pledges and the policies governments will put in place to reach their targets, to reach their commitments, will have substantial implications for the global energy markets and in a rapid way. Many governments, I said, came up with this 2050 target. And as I have announced last week, International Energy Agency, at the request of COP presidency, President of COP, Mr. Alok Sharma, is preparing a major study, the first in the world, to see what is the world's roadmap to reach net zero for 2050 and what kind of implications it will have for the energy markets. What does it mean for oil industry? What does it mean for the investment flows? What does it mean for renewables? And this is a serious issue. And I believe no country, no government, oil producing government, gas producing government, companies, nobody will be unaffected from the clean energy transitions. We like it or not, it will affect everybody around the world. as a result of the effects of the diffusion of clean energy technologies, financial measures governments will take, including the clean energy emphasis on many trillion-dollar value of stimulus packages. It is the reason we wanted to bring this roadmap. We are going to publish it on 18th of May to work to see, energy work to see, what are the implications of the governments around the world who are committing themselves for 2050. I say 2050, but of course, we will look at the next year, 2030, 2040, all the years, what are the implications there. And here, since we are not able to, unfortunately, be in person in Abu Dhabi, one of the key centers in Middle East, I wanted to say that it will have huge implications on the economies and the social life of the countries in that region. Many governments, I know, including the Emirates, are taking measures in order to diversify their economies. Not only Emirates, but the Saudi Arabia, Oman, many countries are doing this. But the question is whether or not the pace that they are diversifying the economies are aligned with the pace of the governments pushing clean energy transitions. Finally, I would like to say that to sum up, climate change is a huge challenge for all of us. And I expect, as Fred just said, tomorrow is the inauguration of the new US administration, with the new US administration taking climate change as a centerpiece of many economic and the policy decisions they are going to have, will give an enormous momentum, additional momentum to this very issue. Middle East countries, oil producers are all distinguished members of the international community. And climate change is one of the top challenges for the international community. And to fight against climate change, to be on the right side, position those countries and governments in a timely manner on the right place is not only an issue of reputation, is not only a moral obligation, but I believe if we don't do so, it is a major economic or commercial risk for oil producers around the world. Thank you very much, Fred, giving me this opportunity. And I am very much looking forward to join my distinguished panel members to elaborate these issues further. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatih. That was a remarkable way to frame this discussion that we hope to have over the course of the next week, and really serves as an excellent beginning as we move into our very first panel of the day. Hi, everyone. My name is Randy Bell. I'm the director of the Global Energy Center and the Richard Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security at the Atlantic Council. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the first panel discussion of the forum, and what a remarkable panel it is. 2020 was an unprecedented year, perhaps most obviously for global health, but also crucially for the energy sector. In response to a year that was unlike any other in our lifetimes, the Atlantic Council commissioned a series of essays from global energy leaders to understand what happened in 2020 and what we need to do in 2021, a year that we hope brings global health and economic recovery. At the same time, we deployed a survey to assess the views of energy leaders, and many of you out in the audience provided your answers. And we've captured all of this in the publication that we're launching right now, which we're calling the Global Energy Agenda. The authors who contributed essays to the Global Energy Agenda are participating in the forum this week, and I'm delighted to welcome 5 of those authors to our next panel, which is moderated by Hadley Gamble, live from Abu Dhabi. Hadley, we are really, really excited to see you. Thank you to be one of our co-hosts throughout the forum. Welcome to the 2021 Global Energy Forum, and over to you.
Excellent stuff. Thanks so much for that, Randy. And thank you, Fadi, for those amazing introductory remarks, really setting the stage for what we're about to talk about. We are talking about the 2021 Global Energy Agenda. I have a distinguished panel of guests. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am CNBC's anchor here in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi, in fact, and we're thrilled to be a part of the Atlantic Council as always. I want to introduce the panel now and get right to that conversation. Joining us, His Excellency Mohammed Barkindo, the Secretary General of OPEC. It's great to see you, sir. India's Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Steel, Dharmendra Pradhan, Your Excellency, welcome. We also, of course, have a man that needs no introduction, Dan Yergin, the Vice Chairman of IHS Markit and a member of the Atlantic Council's Energy Advisory Group. We also, of course, have Fadi Birol joining us once again, and Mary Nichols, the former chair for California's Air Resources Board. Panelists, welcome. Let's get right to this conversation. We were really well set up, I think, for this first question I have for you by Fadi's remarks. We are hours away from the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden. And when we talk about all the things that happened over the course of 2020, the number one thing that we think about when we think about what's been impacting energy markets, obviously COVID-19, but it also has been, no doubt about it, about climate change. It's been about energy security, oil prices. We've been talking so much about the politics of all of this. One of the questions that I'd like to throw to you guys for a quick answer all around is, when we think about the major disruptors in energy markets over the last 4 years, we can't have a conversation unless we also bring up US President Donald Trump. The man could send a tweet and move markets. He could also influence decisions at OPEC, OPEC Plus. My question to you panelists, first off the bat, is do you believe that President-elect Biden will have as much of an influence as we have seen President Trump's influence over the last 4 years? I'd like to start off with Mary.
Thanks. Yes, I do. President Trump was certainly elected with a self-described mandate to put the brakes on everything that was moving forward ahead of him in the direction of trying to put policies into place to address global warming. He started out as a skeptic. He did his best to, everything from restoring the coal industry, which failed, to opening up federal lands for oil exploration, which he was able to do through regulation, but which has not resulted, in fact, in a whole lot of additional exploration on federal land because people didn't take him up on the offer. But we will now be switching gears dramatically, 180 degrees in terms of government policy. We'll see if the Congress is willing and able to support actions, but this is the moment when strong action is absolutely needed if we're to have hope of meeting the 2050 deadline that was set in the past. It's been set in many states and many countries now around the globe. And I believe that President-elect, almost President Biden, is gonna make it happen.
Mr. Barkindo, I want to bring you in here because you had a front row seat over the last 4 years as OPEC's Secretary General to the way in which President Trump was able to affect markets. Do you believe that President-elect Biden is going to have the same kind of an impact?
Thank you very much, Hadley, and let me join Fatih in congratulating the Atlantic Council, Fred Kemp and his very able team for bringing us together, especially at this time, to take stock of this eventful year of 2020. Now, you're quite right, Hadley. We've had a very productive, if you like, relationship with the U.S. industry over the years. And last year, the United States, working with counterparts in Russia and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, had helped in no small measure in restoring stability to the market after the historic meltdown that we saw last year. Now, going forward, we in OPEC, we congratulate President-elect Biden for his inauguration tomorrow. And we look forward to continue to deepen our relationship with the industry, especially the independents. And thanks to Dan Yergin and his team at CERAWeek, who helped us to break bread, if you like, with the independents about 4 years ago. We continue to deepen this relationship, which we found mutually beneficial to all of us. And we intend to continue along this fashion going forward under the administration of President Biden.
Dan, I want to bring you in here on this one. Do you believe that President-elect Biden is going to have a greater, potentially transformational effect on energy markets going forward than President Trump?
I think what he's going to do is step on the gas on climate. It's one of the 4 priorities of his administration. You look at the staffing, the things that are said. So I think he's going to go all out on that. He also said he's, quote, not going to ban fracking. I think there's a recognition this is a very important sector of the economy. Jobs are important. And he's a foreign policy guy, and it's important for the position of the United States. I think he has a very unenviable position going into the presidency because we're such a divided nation. And so he's going to have to, on the one hand, has a very strong momentum coming from the progressive side of the party. On the other hand, he has a very divided country, and he's going to emphasize, I think, in his speech tomorrow, unity. So I think that's complicates it, but there's no question they're going to go all out on climate.
I'd like to ask now the minister from India, Mr. Pradhan, Your Excellency, when you think about this with regards to the energy transition and how quickly you're going to be able to put the gas on, as Dan was saying, in terms of your own projects that are already moving. COVID-19 obviously has had a huge impact. Obviously, India did not see eye to eye with the Trump administration on many, many points, trade most obviously. When you think about what's potential we have for more collaboration with India, whether it be across climate change or other energy projects, how big of an impact will President-elect Biden, do you believe, have on those opportunities?
Thanks, Gamble. Let me clarify one thing at the outset. India has a very consistent relationship with the United States of America. In a democracy, changing of guard, changing of leadership is not unusual. My Prime Minister is one of the first global leader to congratulate and welcome President-elect Mr. Biden. By tomorrow, he will be the leading USA and he will be the president. And rightly, Mr. Dan Yergin mentioned, in India, looking into the global challenging scenario, we're committed to have a greener path of our energy transition. We're very clear on certain things. As you rightly mentioned, India is moving towards a gas-based economy. We have already lot of plan and lot of implementations are on ground for this gas-based economy, from policy reform to project implementation. We are very clear. On that respect, if you go by the recent history, economic engagement with America, our energy engagement has been multifold. Primary area is LNG, primary area is gas. And I am confident with change of guards at America, there will be no difference in our energy strategy. We have a very strategic energy partnership with America today. And this is societal connection. This is mutual beneficial for both of us. And India will continue to have its good relationship on the economic front, on the energy trading front with America. And we're committed for a more greener and cleaner energy roadmap for the global citizen. And India has its own contribution in our own way.
Mary, I want to bring you in on this next question, which obviously surrounds COVID-19 and the impact that it's had on energy markets and frankly on what is possible in the short term for the Biden team, in your view, because you've had a front row seat to this kind of work for years now. When you think about this with regards to the reports that we've just heard, obviously Fadi was talking about the IEA's rather bearish outlook, Goldman Sachs seemingly cutting their forecast as well. talking about this, though, as temporary headwinds. Several of us on this panel have already had at least the first of hopefully what will only have to be one COVID-19 vaccine. When you think about this with regards to how quickly a lot of these projects are going to get off the ground, how fast do you think we're going to get moving? And what's going to come first beyond the climate accords?
Well, I think that we're on a path which is going to accelerate in terms of renewables, and that was part of what we heard earlier. I guess the question is really how quickly is this all going to lead to the disappearance of oil and gas? And I think I agree with Dan on this point. I don't think President Biden is going to suddenly put a stop to oil and gas development. That's just it's not possible in terms of his commitments to maintaining and growing jobs. But it's more importantly, I think it would be extremely divisive and difficult to do. I mean, the fact is that even in California, which has been out in front for many years in terms of our policies, we are still producing oil and gas. We're still using oil and gas. In fact, we've used more gasoline than predicted. And we expect we will have cars on the roads up until at least the 2040 period that will require gasoline to run. And we don't expect them all to just be parked and turned into planters. So we're going to need to continue to have these fuels. It's maybe more of a challenge to figure out how the industry is going to supply them and still make money and do other things. And they're rapidly looking at how to diversify right now. But it isn't so much a question of do we get rid of liquid fuels and replace it all with batteries and hydrogen as it is how do we make those fuels as clean as possible, which is a point that hasn't really been discussed very much that I've not heard here. But low carbon fuels, low carbon liquid fuels are an important piece of the energy puzzle going forward for the transportation sector.
Dan, what do you see as the low hanging fruit when it comes to what the Biden team is going to be able to push forward with, at least in the short to medium term, because there are a lot of headwinds?
Well, I think that they're going to, Mary's been at the forefront of this. I think that they're going to increase the incentives for electric vehicles. That's absolutely very clear. And again, incentives for wind and solar development and more regulation. I think that's going to be across the board. But I mean, Mary makes a very important point that it's also about the existing fuels. Average car in the United States stays on the road for 12 years, and she says they're not going to become planters. So low carbon fuels, clean fuels, which CARB has been the leader in promoting, is also going to be an important part of the picture.
And beyond that, in terms of those headwinds, obviously we're talking about an environment, the unpredictability of COVID-19, but also we're talking about the potential in the next 4 years of restarting the talks with Iran, the potential for their barrels to come back onto the market. And we also are talking about energy security because we're consistently seeing a heightened level of tension, at least in the last few months here in the Persian Gulf. When you think about this with regards to the headwinds, at least in the short term, and I'm talking about the energy agenda for 2021, where do you see the challenges?
Well, I think energy security, and Minister Pradhan knows it very well from the experience of India's vulnerability to price spikes, given its imports and so forth. So I think energy security has sort of been, in a way, as you say, there's heightened tension, what's going to happen in the Gulf, but there's clearly concern, shale and the development of this other major resource has brought balance to the market so that in September 2019, when you had that unprecedented attack on that huge facility in Saudi Arabia, I looked the other day, the oil price hardly budged because I think there's just more stability in the market. And in my essay for this Great Atlantic Council publication, the thing I emphasize is once you get energy security, you kind of take it for granted and forget about it until you don't have it again.
It's true. When you think about this, Minister Pradhan, in terms of that energy security narrative, as Dan was suggesting, obviously India has an exciting agenda with regards to renewables and the energy transition against the backdrop of growth. What's your take on what we heard from Fadi Birol earlier? He was essentially saying that when we talk about solar power, for example, that's half of the power plants that are being built today, and the rest is everything else. So 50 versus 50%. The breakdown that you have today in India, how do you see that evolving over the short term?
Ms. Gamet, let me put my point of view in this way. This energy transition, whoever use whatever term, they're their own choice. India is a net energy importer, and India is the most favored destination of any country's export product. We are the net importer. But looking into our consumption behavior, looking into our aspiration, we have our own way. Being an emerging economy, we will be continuing to use all sources of energy. With that statement, very politely and very cautiously, I am saying that we will be choosing alternative energy, we will be choosing solar energy, and recently in India, in the transportation fuel, we have started blending hydrogen with CNG. That is the LCHH-CNG. We have already started transportation sector in India. That apart, on the biofuels, on the ethanol blending program, and on the more supercritical power plants, more energy efficient equipment and instruments, these all our strategy for more cleaner and greener path. If I say one thing to my good friend, Excellency Barkindo, when we all are talking about energy agenda, global energy agenda of 2021, few months back we all were discussing about consumption-centric economic revival, demand revival. And we are supposed to restrict our production, cut production control, and we have to reduce the gradual, we have to ramp up the gradual production by January. But contradiction to that, now we all are controlling the oil production, and my good friend is coordinating that, and that is creating confusion, that is creating alarming for the consuming country. This kind of scenario will push us to more alternative method of energy sourcing. So every country has its own strategy, and being a major consumer of the globe today, we will be looking towards more alternative energy sources, maybe towards green hydrogen, looking into our potential of solar power, looking into potential of biomass conversion. If the producing country will not recognize our aspiration, then innovation, new business model are bound to come up.
I want to bring in Mr. Barkindo on this one. I mean, we talk about energy security, obviously, as you're sitting at OPEC and OPEC Plus meetings over the last couple of years now, one of the big questions is obviously countries right here in this region making the energy transition as quickly as they possibly can against the backdrop of the knowledge that they will be able to export for a long time still to come. Mr. Barkindo, we heard a little earlier from Fadi talking about peak oil demand, and he was suggesting that we haven't seen it yet. Where does OPEC stand on this, and what's the strategy for dealing with that?
Thank you very much. While OPEC concurs with the projections of the IEA, I would like to use this opportunity to respond to my friend Dharmendra Pradhan. I want to recall that the historic decision that we took last year at the height of the meltdown to reduce supply by about 9.7 million barrels a day up to April 2022 was taken as a holistic response to this unprecedented meltdown, and taking into account that the projections for 2021 and beyond was still yet to be made. We decided to take that number, but again agreed to be flexible, to be adaptable as the market recovery took place. Now, what happened recently was the projections for 2021, in particular, the first quarter that we are in now, being a traditionally low demand season, which had the potential of a major disequilibrium in the supply and demand balances. We now decided to temper the restoration of supplies as earlier planned. And we, although brought back about 425,000 barrels a day, our biggest producer took it upon itself to continue to provide the leadership that they had always provided, so that we do not allow this disequilibrium and the building up of stocks to materialize. So took that decision to assist all of us in the group, including India, including other consumers, to maintain that stability. Our target remains stable oil markets, and to ensure that we have this on a sustainable basis. From time to time, we need to adjust, we need to be flexible, we need to be adaptable. But it is all within the framework of the 9.7 million barrels a day, which was unprecedented, very historic, that we took, that will last up until 2022. We have also agreed to meet every month, Pradam. We are meeting every month, including in February at the JMMC, to ensure that we do not allow this imbalance to reemerge. We all agree that the recovery is fragile. There are still more uncertainties, but we are optimistic. We are cautiously optimistic that the recovery will materialize this year. Thank you.
Off that kind of cautious optimism, though, Mr. Secretary General, when you think about this with regards to this part of the world in particular, obviously Saudi Arabia leading the charge with regards to OPEC plus, unilateral cuts like we saw just a couple of weeks ago do have a major impact on economies. As you say, you're cautiously optimistic about what's going to happen over the course of the next year as a result of COVID-19 and the implications of that for energy markets. There are also huge implications for governments off the back of lower energy prices, particularly in this part of the world. How sustainable is it, do you believe, for a country like Saudi Arabia to continue cuts of this kind? How long can they pull that off?
First of all, hardly it was not a unilateral decision. That was a decision taken by the entire OPEC and non-OPEC countries in the Declaration of Cooperation. Of course, it was offered by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it is not the first time they had come forward to provide this leadership, to take it upon themselves to charge from the front to make sure that we attain our common objectives of sustainable stability. And now, whether this will be on a continuous or sustained basis, of course, will depend on the kingdom. It is a sovereign decision taken by them that was very much welcome, not only by the OPEC and non-OPEC countries, but by the global oil markets as well. I want to use this opportunity to assure our consumers, in particular India, that whatever decision we take, we have the interests of our consuming countries in mind. This stability is not only for us, Mr. Pradam, it is for you as well, because we need you to plan based on these stable projections. Our responsibility is to work with you to ensure that we assist the market. We cannot dictate to the market, to retain that stability on a sustainable basis. And you will agree with me that coming out from 2020 with all what we saw, this is January, this is Q1 in 2021, we have to be very, very cautious. And it is that caution that motivated us in the OPEC and non-OPEC conference to take this holistic and consensus decision for the months of February and March only at the moment. Now, the conference will again reconvene in March to take stock. How have we fared in this first quarter? Have we been able to achieve the stability that we badly need? And what are the projections for the rest of the year? And these projections are not only OPEC projections. We take into account what Fatih Birol provides to us. We take into account what Dan Yergin has at IHS and many other. We rely on about 6 internationally reputable agencies to give us their projections. And this goes into the decision-making when the ministerial conference sits. So there is no cause for alarm. And we need to continue to work with you. Major consumers like India, this recovery will not be possible without India and other consuming countries. And we duly appreciate our relationship with India. Thank you.
Mr. Barkindo, just one quick one before I move forward with this one. It was interesting to me watching that OPEC press conference just a couple of weeks ago. His Royal Highness Abdulaziz, he basically said that you guys are the guardians of the oil markets. Obviously, we saw a different situation under the last 4 years of Donald Trump. You were reportedly in touch with the president at times. Are you already in touch with President-elect Biden?
No, not at all. We look forward to...
Do you expect to be?
We look forward to continuing our relationship with the industry, being facilitated by my prof, Dan Yergin, under the umbrella of CERAWeek. We believe that we have established very mutually beneficial, productive relationships with the industry in the United States. And I think going forward, we have no option but to continue to strengthen this relationship under President Biden.
Great stuff. I want to ask, and this is very much in line, I think, with what we saw in Dan Yergin's book, The New Map. But Fadi, if I could bring you into the conversation as well, you were just suggesting in your remarks that it was deeply concerning to you in terms of implementing these kinds of new energy dynamics in the Middle East. We see obviously Abu Dhabi at the forefront of all of this innovation and looking to renewables as well and investment. But when you think about this with regards to what we could potentially see, the impact of COVID over the next year, something that no one can seemingly predict. Also, of course, the implications for rapprochement with Iran, what that could mean with more barrels put onto the market. And of course, the security concerns when it comes to global shipping lanes, global energy supplies. What do you see as the greatest challenge, at least in the short term, to global oil markets as a result of what we're seeing?
First of all, I want to make something sure, at least from my point of view. The world will need oil and gas for several years to come. This is number one. Number two, the producers in Middle East are almost all of them are low-cost producers. And they will continue to bring oil to the markets. Having said that, it is extremely important to understand one thing. The share of oil in the global energy markets will decline. And the speed of this decline will be determined with the pace of clean energy transitions. We say something in my language, it is the real friends say the bitter truth. Here, bitter truth is the clean energy transitions are coming, and they are coming very fast. To combine this with your previous question, with the Biden administration, it will bring a lot of momentum in many parts of the energy, economy, and international politics, which we are looking forward to see. But if I have to pick up something which will affect this region and the entire world, it is the innovation. When we look at the US history, not last 4 years, but last 40 years, 50 years, 100 years, innovation is in the DNA of the US economy, US industry. What I expect from this administration is very rapid innovation, not only on renewables, but other clean energy technologies, ranging from carbon capture and storage to hydrogen, from hydrogen to batteries, electric cars, and new generation of nuclear power. And more importantly, the political positioning of United States, most powerful economy in the world, will give unmistakable signals to the investors around the world. What are they going to invest? And what will be the consequences of their investments? The decision process will be reshaped with the signals coming from Washington. Now, in terms of climate change, I want to say something. It is very important that we all understand that it is an effort, it needs a collective effort here to address this urgent problem for all of us. But the responsibilities of addressing the climate change is different among the different parts of the world. I cannot put a developing emerging country with low income with a European country here. Therefore, international cooperation when it comes to addressing the climate change will be critical. And once again, I am hoping to see a leadership role from the Biden administration to bring a better international cooperation when we address the climate change issue in a fair and just way among the countries around the world.
We have about 3 minutes left, and I know that we're tight on time, but I just want to quickly get to Dan and to Mary both on this one. When you think about low-hanging fruit, how quickly we'll get to renewables and the change, I want you both to jump in here in the sense that what are we going to see first in the first 100 days? Give me a
Mary, why don't you go first?
Well, we know that in the first 100 days, on the first day, actually, U.S. rejoins Paris. We know that Secretary John Kerry is well known around the world and has very strong views on the need for international cooperation to address the climate crisis. We know that on the domestic front, President-elect Biden has appointed Gina McCarthy, who is also a very experienced hand, to coordinate the domestic agencies here. And on every front, the auto industry, the all energy-related industries, transportation planning, housing, every part of the government now is being run by people who are putting this at the top of their agenda. So I think we're going to see rapid action and very much of an internationally oriented approach.
So, Hadley, I think Mary said it. I think there's one point that needs to be clear from this discussion, and I don't think what Minister Pradhan said was clearly heard by everybody. Because if you're an emerging country, the World Health Organization says the single biggest environmental problem in the world is indoor air pollution. And so a country like India, as he emphasized, it needs commercial energy, it needs natural gas to address those problems. And so the needs, Fadi sort of said this, but if you're the Netherlands and you're a rich country, you're in a very different position than India, which has to deal with a lot of people who are getting sick from indoor air pollution. So I think that there's a sharper divide here than is, and you can't just take what works in the Netherlands and say, India's going to do that.
It's not a one-stop shop, is it? When you think about this, Dan, with regards to the wild card that we could see playing out over 2021, is it going to continue to be COVID? Is it going to be the challenges that this part of the world, the Middle East, is going to face as they struggle to change over to
well, I think the other one is
Iran?
Well, I'm going to add one other, which is, can the U.S. find, is there a way to stabilize this spiraling down relationship between the U.S. and China? I think that's a big problem for the entire world. And that's the number one geopolitical problem, I think, going into 2021.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, obviously, this panel going out to all of you guys who are watching the Atlantic Council, but also on CNBC over the coming days. We deeply appreciate your time, and I'm going to hand it back over now to Randy, who's going to take us back over to Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you to our friends at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week for great programming and such a great partnership. We really, really enjoy working with you. We were supposed to have a panel right now on the energy implications of the Abraham Accords with UAE Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, Suhail Mazrouri, U.S. Secretary of Energy, Dan Brouillette, and Israeli Minister of Energy, Yuval Steinitz. However, life sometimes gets in the way, and schedules that were previously aligned no longer are. So instead, we'll have interviews with each of these ministers over the next 2 days to examine their own unique perspectives on one of the most significant geopolitical and energy events of the past year. In just a few moments, we're going to get started with the first of these interviews with His Excellency Minister Suhail Al-Mazroui. But first, let me turn to my colleague, Kirsten Fontenrose, who is the director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative, to help us set the scene. Kirsten, can you give us the background on the agreement and, in particular, what makes it such a landmark accomplishment?
Absolutely. Thank you, Randy, and thanks to our hosts and to everyone joining us. The Abraham Accords officially smashed through a ceiling that was constraining the potential growth of the Middle East, the well-being of its people, and its collective security. The Accords end 70 years of Arabs and Israelis systematically undermining one another's national security, hampering one another's economic growth, and fomenting distrust and oftentimes hatred of one another's people. So in parallel lanes, Israel and countries of the Arab Middle East have pursued advancements in medicine, technology, governance, the arts, agriculture, military capacity, and nearly every other facet of modern statehood. But in recent years, it became apparent that many of the overarching objectives are shared, and many of the advancements sought by each could be catalyzed by borrowing a bit from the other. The cost-benefit analysis showed that normalization yielded much higher potential returns than animosity. The UAE and Israel would likely have kicked this off without the US. The US is simply the diplomatic engine that drives this train to new stations, providing incentives under the Trump administration for additional countries to normalize and acting as a good faith guarantor. The Biden administration will continue to encourage normalization, but it will be handled at the State Department, not the White House, and Arab nations will not be incentivized as robustly as we have seen thus far. And while polite official U.S. interlocutors will not say this outright, the U.S. will need to be reassured by Abraham Accord members that Israel UAE or Israel Bahrain or other new bolstered bilateral relationships will not infringe on U.S. influence in the region or pursue actions or ends that contradicts the U.S. own objectives. So the real work now falls to the region itself. Dubai is already in bloom with Israeli tourists thanks to the accords. Alterations to laws and practices that regulate business and corporate partnerships will need to follow, along with schematics for new energy exploration, infrastructure, and trade, and plans for joint military training and manufacturing. The opportunities are vast, and the repercussions on the prospects for peace and stability in the region are encouraging. To quote the classic American film Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. Israel and the UAE have built it, so now it's everyone else's turn to get in the game.
Kirsten, thank you so much. So, this is an energy conference. What do you think about the energy implications in particular? And we're going to hear from the three principals on this, but what is your take on what this means for energy in the region, energy cooperation, energy security, et cetera?
What I'm looking forward to is seeing new pipelines and new infrastructure across the region that enable a better flow and some of the supply and demand to equalize across the region. We have gluts in electricity, and we have oversupply of natural gas in some places. And I'm looking for some of that to be balanced now that you can have, for instance, pipelines that cross Israeli territory, which we could not have before, or you have less of a danger in terms of maritime transfers than we've had before. So what I'm looking for is for a much more robust network of energy infrastructure and new exploration that brings in technologies that both sides of this previous debate have been working on independently and that will now come together. So I think energy innovation in terms of the technologies and new infrastructure, pipelines, transfer routes, rebalancing of gluts and oversupply.
Kirsten, thank you. We're ending the Trump administration. The inauguration is tomorrow. Do you think this will be remembered as one of the signature accomplishments of this administration?
I absolutely do, because if the parties to the accords stay true to their intent and really move forward, putting the flesh on the bones of this agreement, then there's no going back, and that's in the best possible way. And I think it's something that both the Biden administration and administrations to follow will be enthusiastic about supporting.
Kirsten, thank you so much. We're looking forward to you moderating a panel on U.S. Energy and foreign policy in the Middle East under the Biden administration. That'll be later this week, so we'll see you again then. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're now going to go back to Abu Dhabi to Hadley Gamble at CNBC, where she will do an interview with His Excellency Sohail al-Mazroui on his take on the energy implications of the Abraham Accords. So over to you, Hadley, in Abu Dhabi.
Once again, I'm Hadley Gamble. I'm CNBC's anchor right here in great pleasure to introduce His Excellency to talk about something that has been are the Abraham Accords. Your Excellency, we're going to talk about the energy implications of this deal, but before excited to ask my energy earlier in this program, and that was, given the fact that what we've seen over the last one of the major disruptors, aside from COVID-19, was, of course, President Trump. This is a man who could basically oil producers as a result of his tweets. And of course, he a deal that many people thought just really couldn't get done. And of course, I believe that President-elect Biden is going to have the same kind of have over the last 4 years.
Well, first of all, it's great to be with the Council. I think the United States of America is a major player now, where the fact that this industry that has been developed through the shale oil and gas has an economy by itself. I think the role of the United States, whether administration be vocal on Twitter or not, but the role of the United States will be always important. Cooperation that we have done during the pandemic, it was, I think, unheard of that we be in the G20 summit and the cooperation that's what made helped, of course, by what we did as an OPEC Plus. But I think the help we got from everyone, including and South America and Norway, have helped us achieve.
So you hope that you'll get the same level of engagement from the Biden White House that you saw from. I want to ask you about the Abraham Accords specifically, because this opened up right now about investment. We're talking about cultural collaboration as well. But in terms of the Energy Secretary, Dan Brouillette, and he was talking to me about the politics of pipelines. He was talking about region, connecting the region to the world, and also ensuring, frankly, the markets, but also to the rest of the West. Walk us through how the pipelines are going. Politics involved as well.
Well, Hadley, I think the expectation that this peace prosperity to the region. That's what we believe in as UAE when we enter the deal with Israel and with Bahrain in the first, with the US in the first session of the energy dialogue of the Abrahamic Accord. And the second dialogue, which was hosted in person here in Abu Dhabi, and we were glad to host it. But the second one was held by the Department of Energy and Don and his team, and we got Morocco participating, and we were hoping that Jordan would join in and the Palestinian Authority. So talking is exciting. And the dialogue, the interconnection between the GCC and Iraq, and GCC with Egypt and Jordan, hopefully, and Egypt, it will be very easy because they are already connected. With Israel, and there are trades between them. So it's not far, even though you would think with the objective of prosperity and the objective of reducing the carbon footprint through we can do it, and of course we need others to join us. And we're hopeful that in the future, in keeping this dialogue, and we got assured that the new administration on this dialogue, and we have discussed as well projects in certain countries, and I'm sure that would bring us together. And we can help some of the countries which have to catch up and get some interesting projects in their countries.
When you think about this for the interconnect GCC beyond the region, how quickly do you think that we're going to be able to see that happen as a result of the Abraham Accord?
I'm optimistic that by 2030 we should have implemented projects, and I think the time it took was not very long to come to that decision. I think Jordan is not far from us, and Egypt, Saudi Arabia, they can interconnect, and there has been a discussion between us and the GCC and the Arab League in interconnecting with the North African countries. So I'm hopeful that by 2030 we can achieve great milestones in the interconnectivity.
When you think about that a little bit more broadly in terms of that level of investment, we're talking about institutional investment. We're also talking about potentially the IMF, the World Bank. Where are you looking for that investor pool with the projects that you want to achieve?
Well, what we encouraged in the meeting, we encouraged the countries to come up with projects, present them to the other countries, and especially what we would request from the US to help us with some institutional investors. Once we see those projects, not of course every project can be funded if it's not economically viable. So we need to work as well on making these projects viable, on making sure that they help the governments reducing the energy bill and kind of transform the tariffs in a way that encourages investments to happen, like what we did here in the UAE.
When you think about that against the backdrop of COVID-19, obviously oil prices popping above 50 in recent weeks, but that was a major part to the work that you have done as a member of OPEC, among others, in terms of stabilizing the market. How difficult do oil prices around 50 make your job when it comes to not just the projects we're talking about with regards to the Abraham Accords, but also the energy transition that you're trying to achieve here in the UAE?
I think we have to be, and we used to work on different fronts, Hadley. We cannot just focus on one thing to do it and leave the others. So we have, as responsible producers, we have a responsibility to ensure that that the volumes are there, the investment in the field of upstream is there, and if we did not get a recovery to the prices, it would have been very difficult for investors to continue investing. And I think one of the beneficiaries of that would be the producers in the US and the marginal producers elsewhere as well. So investors are waiting, and I think the pace of increasing the production would be reasonable in my opinion, and that would help us achieve the target. We are, as an OPEC Plus, we are also realistic. When difficult decisions need to be done, we meet even on a monthly basis to take those decisions. And it was very clear in our recent decision to freeze and not to increase the production for February and March because of the circumstances that we have seen in the development of, or the third wave of COVID-19 and the new version of it. So we are in meeting, in dialogues always, and we will always do it. At the same fronts, we are developing our strategies when it comes to interconnecting, trying to work on the environmental aspects of reducing the emissions, and doing very exciting projects in looking at hydrogen, for example, as a strategy for us here in the Emirates, blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. We are looking as well to continue the large-scale solar projects here in the Emirates. So, and I'm sure other countries are doing the same. So we have to work on different fronts.
When you think about Iran, for example, you and I have had this conversation so many times about energy security. When we talk about oil products moving through the Strait of Hormuz, mostly to Asian markets now, at least from this part of the world. Obviously, putting in place this sort of energy transition, these pipelines, and this energy, frankly, interconnected web that we're talking about as a result of the Abraham Accords. Is that just another piece in a bigger puzzle to make the UAE safer?
Well, I think when we're talking about that subject, we're talking beyond UAE. We're talking about the region. We're talking about the world. The UAE is part of the supply chain that is supplying the world. And out of Strait of Hormuz, you could imagine how many millions of barrels goes to the rest of the world and achieve that balance and that requirements. These barrels create jobs. These barrels create stability, create prosperity for the economy of the world. So I think everyone have a vested interest in keeping the passage for transporting oil safe, and that is something that benefits everyone. So I don't think it's fair just to look at it from a UAE point of view, but we are part of a bigger system, which is the supplier group that supplies the rest of the world.
Are you concerned about the fact that a Biden administration, when they restart those talks with Iran, could open up the market to barrels from Iran, and what the implication that could be for price?
Well, Hadley, we have to be ready for all options. And I think at the end of the day, whoever is investing in reducing or making the barrels safer barrels in terms of environmental impact of these barrels. We are in UAE and in Abu Dhabi, we are investing to make our barrels the cheapest in terms of extraction cost in the world, but at the same time, the cleanest when it comes to what we are doing to the environment and ensuring that we produce, we become a responsible producer, produce with a mindful on the environmental impact. That's why we are seeing projects in the carbon capture and utilization. We're using CO2 in our fields instead of natural gas, trying to reduce the emissions. We are trying as well to look at it from all aspects of our operations, from venting, reducing or eliminating venting, and reducing or eliminating the flaring. So different fronts, but what we are targeting to become the lowest cost operator, but at the same time, the most responsible in terms of environmental impact. And doing that, we believe that our barrels will find their way to the market, and we will be among those who have invested wisely in the future.
And is the Marbon Exchange a part of that strategy?
Of course.
When you think about that, the Marbon strategy, you've also, of course, talked a lot about renewables. It's something that obviously the UAE has been at the forefront of, frankly, of all the GCC countries in terms of that energy transition. We've now talked about the security of energy markets provided by what we're trying to do with these pipelines and this energy narrative within the Abraham Accords. Is there a scenario in which the UAE would ever consider leaving OPEC?
No, we are not looking at leaving OPEC, hardly. We think OPEC is a platform where all of the producers are helping the world economy first, but helping themselves as well. So we don't see today that we have any conflict with OPEC. I keep telling people, don't listen to the rumors. We are, if there is anything, you will hear it from me, and we have been very transparent with the media. So I think
I'm going to hold you to that exclusive.
Well, Hadley, if you look at our conformity levels, which is above 100%, that shows you how committed this country is, and our leadership to this deal. When we sign a deal, we go and implement it. And UAE always been helping and being among the first who help in balancing the market.
It's a tough one, though, isn't it? Because within balancing the market, you also are calling for, well, not calling for it, but setting up for oil prices at a certain range. And at this point, we continue to see the reports, not just what we saw from the IEA in terms of oil demand outlook, but also, of course, the implications for an economy like the UAE's, because we're talking about all of this against the backdrop of COVID-19.
Well, Hadley, we need to look at the bigger picture. And when we are
But can you afford to do that, and for how long?
Well, there is a plan as it's stipulated in the recovery plan that we put for the market, which will take us to April 2022. So we were supposed to get to the 5.7 million instead of the cut that we're doing now. But we decided to delay it for a couple of months because of the reasons that I mentioned. And we know that would be required for us to remove some of the inventories barrels that has been overstored. And as long as that inventory overstorage is there, then you don't have a balance. So we need to work on making sure that the economy, or there is a demand, and we produce as per the demand, but at the same time we continue drawing down on the inventories until we reach some reasonable levels, and hopefully that will be done by the time that we set, the time frame that we set, which is April 2022. And even though I'm optimistic that we would reach it before, but let's say even if it takes us to that date, then I think that will take us to balance.
Your Excellency, I want to ask you a question specifically about Iran and Israel, in the sense that obviously what you're doing with regards to the Abraham Accords from at least the energy perspective could frankly make life a heck of a lot easier for a number of players in this part of the world, Lebanon, Jordan, as well as Israel. From the security perspective, were a rapprochement with Iran made possible via conversations within the GCC and the Biden administration, possibly facilitated even by Qatar, do you believe that your agreement with Israel could at some point lead to an interconnectivity of energy between Iran and Israel and the broader Middle East? In other words, this is a conduit for peace.
Well, I can only talk about the UAE and this relationship. Hardly, I'm not in any part of my job is not to talk about the other countries. But I can tell you that we in UAE, we believe in prosperity. We believe that this peace will bring to the young people in our two countries, both Israel and UAE. Will bring peace, will bring prosperity, and we think that we can complement each other during this relationship. Which is only months, we have discovered many areas that we can complement each other in technology and in trying to work on the environment, water solutions, and many others. So I'm hopeful that this example that we can give together with Israel can prove to many other countries that it's beneficial, and peace is the way for coexistence and a way to at least pass to the next generation a very peaceful relationship that they can build on. So that is our hope. Of course, other countries can decide for themselves, but we are very convinced of what we did.
Your Excellency, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining CNBC and the Atlantic Council as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hadley, and thank you so much, Mr. Minister. It's always a pleasure to work with you. We're looking forward to hearing from Minister Steinitz and Secretary Briette over the next 2 days on this topic as well. What a remarkable accomplishment. We're now pivoting to a special news session with Pulitzer Prize winning author Dan Yergin, who will discuss China, energy security, and his new book, The New Map. But before we go there, I want to highlight a relevant figure from our Global Energy Agenda survey that we released earlier this morning. We asked our survey respondents what the greatest energy security risk in 2021 would be, and here are the results. Now you'll see that COVID-19 pandemic impacts still greatest by far. But then you get into some of the other risks that people were thinking about. Interstate conflict involving at least one energy producing country, major cyber attack, trade related disputes, intrastate conflict in an energy producing country, and then conflict in the South or East China Seas. You'll see that there, and blockage of the Strait of Hormuz also up there. So a whole bunch of really interesting things that are still on the minds of energy leaders that could cause trouble in 2021. So even if we are focused right now on green recovery, it is worth remembering that energy security is still going to remain a driving concern of global leaders. So with that, I'm sure Dan Yergin has a lot to say about that. So with that, let's go to Hadley in Abu Dhabi for her conversation with Dan. Dan, thank you again for your tremendous essay that you contributed to the Global Energy Agenda, again, which we just released this morning. And over to you, Hadley in Abu Dhabi.
Fantastic stuff, Randy. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be speaking to a CNBC favorite and a very, very big favorite of mine, Dan Yergin. He's the author of The New Map, among many other amazing books. Dan, it's difficult to know where to begin, but I guess we should frankly start with, part of the conversation that we were having earlier, which of course is that we're just hours away from the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden. Lots of talk about how President Trump had an impact on energy markets over the last 4 years. Do you see President Biden having the same kind of an impact? Or frankly, maybe more of an impact over the longer term.
Well, I see him having a very big impact, but not the same kind of impact because, of course, Donald Trump was very focused on exports of LNG, on the U.S. energy position. He obviously was part of the big three that brokered the deal when oil prices collapsed last April. And so Biden's impact will be this pivot to what he says is one of his four priorities, which is climate. And the way the administration is staffed, the policies that have been announced, they intend to really get going right from the go, beginning with rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement. And so I think they want to go from the back of the line to the front of the line on Paris and climate.
We've seen tensions on the rise in this part of the world. Obviously, I'm sitting here in Abu Dhabi talking about the attacks on tankers and other, issues with ballistic missiles being tested outside of Iran. One of the questions, of course, that I've been asking so many of the ministers that I've been speaking to lately is how much of, your calculus is based around the opportunity for a geopolitical risk. When we think about the fact that oil didn't move that much, Dan, the last time we saw a major attack, which was, of course, Saudi Aramco. Do you think that there's the potential for maybe overplaying that kind of risk, or is there still something out there that we should be worried about?
Well, I think that, I think the risk continues to exist, but the balance in the market has changed. That the Middle East, the region you're in, Hadley, is of course central, but there are other central regions too. If you think that the Permian is the second largest oil field in a way, or oil region after the Ghawar field in Saudi Arabia, and that's why I think there was really that and the ability of Saudi Aramco to repair the facilities that were attacked in September of 2019. But I think the existence of this other major resource is a balance, and it's really like a security cushion for the world. So as long as it's there, it helps to reduce the risk. But it doesn't mean, as Randy was saying, that those other risks are not, are there. And one of the things about crises is that they don't adjust to a presidential agenda. They come unexpectedly, or they creep up on people, and then they happen. And there's always that possibility there in, as you say, in these fraught situations.
It's been fascinating to watch the developments post-Abraham Accords in terms of the energy space. And, I've spoken to Dan Briette. We were talking about the importance of pipelines in the security narrative, obviously, for the rest of the region. But it's interesting because Mr. Mazrui was just saying that, this could potentially be a conduit for peace in the sense that you could have a link between, Iranian crude, Gulf Arab crude, everything that's passing frankly, into the Levant area and then into Europe and potentially through Africa, whether it be electricity, whether it be oil, whether it be LNG. There are so many opportunities for those kinds of tie-ups. And he was even projecting that we could have something pretty solid by 2030. How would that change the security narrative in your view?
I think that interconnected markets and diversity of sources always adds to security. But I do remember, as you're saying, that in the 1990s, when there was discussion of a gas pipeline from Iran, oil supplies from Afghanistan down to Pakistan and India, and a senior Indian official talking about peace pipelines, or pipelines build peace, but those pipelines never got built. So it's ironic in a way we're talking about it, because at the same time, we see in two different parts of the world, in Europe and the United States, a lot of controversy about pipelines. So I think that's a wonderful objective if that can be there to bring the stability. But I think we're pretty far away from that right now.
When you think about the challenges that are facing energy markets in 2021, you've talked a lot about China. You talked about it in the new map. What happens next in your view? Because obviously we have the Biden team coming in. They're going to be focused a great deal on green energy. They're going to be talking obviously in the short term about the Paris Accords, but there's going to be some planning beyond that. What's the greatest challenge, do you think, beyond COVID? Or is it even possible to go beyond COVID at this point?
Well, I think we have to assume and be optimistic that there is life after COVID, and maybe it's coming sooner rather than later, depending on how fast the vaccines go out. So I think if you talk about challenges, one is the repair of the world economy. In our own numbers at IHS Markit, we think that this year could actually have substantial economic growth that would make up for a lot of the loss of last year. but it's going to take a lot of resources from governments to get there. So I think that's, I think that challenge of the recovery period. And around the world, small businesses have been hit so hard, and yet they're so much a part of the fabric of communities. There's, for the oil industry and for the energy industry, it's really adapting to what's happening politically. And we've seen these series of bans on internal combustion engines after 2030 or 2035. And that's a challenge that's out there. But I do think that the number one geopolitical issue is going to be the relationship between the United States and China, and trying to get that on a more solid foundation than it is right now.
One of the questions that I've been asking various officials of the outgoing administration and those who were potentially going to be in this administration as well was who and where would Mr. Biden decide to visit first? And of course, obviously, COVID-19 has upended all of that. As a result, we don't really know what kind of foreign travel that the new president will be able to achieve. But, obviously, President Trump, quite interestingly, came to Saudi Arabia, really made a big point of coming to the Middle East. It was unlike anything we'd ever seen from an administration prior.
There was a sword dance. I remember the sword dance.
Yes, and there was an orb, as I recall.
Yeah, the orb.
Quite famous, the orb.
Yeah.
It was interesting, but it also bore a lot of fruit. And I think we're seeing that playing out, frankly, now and probably for decades to come in various different ways. But one question I would have to you is, when you think about this from the energy perspective, obviously, the approach is quite different from the Biden administration when it comes to, the U.S.'s energy narrative. But at the same point, it's interconnected, right? It's interconnected with national security, and frankly, with a more global security as well. Because if Asian markets don't do well, then frankly, that impacts growth globally. Where do you think that the first foreign policy initiative will be as a result, frankly, of the energy narrative? Will it be China immediately?
The number one is rejoining the Paris Agreement. Number two, they've appointed a man named Kurt Campbell, who is very strategic thinker, to be the overall coordinator of policy for the United States regarding China. And I think coordination is really important. And clearly, Biden's, if you look at his career, he's been a regular attendee at the Munich Security Conference, Atlantic Alliance. So he's going to think in terms of repairing and rebuilding the U.S. relationships with its allies, which have been kind of neglected or hurt. Kind of the challenge there is that in terms of dealing with China, it's not like this, in the new map I talk about, is this a new Cold War? But it's not like the Soviet-American Cold War, because these economies are so interdependent. I was talking today with one of the major manufacturing companies and was surprised to learn that their number one market, they're related to automobiles and technology, is China, not the United States. And so you're going to find other countries are concerned about having to sort of be on one side or the other. I've heard it from countries in Southeast Asia. I've heard it from countries in the Middle East. I did a dialogue with the president of the country of Colombia, and he said, we don't want to choose. It's the same message. We don't want to get caught between this. So I think it's going to be a very complicated process, because everything is so intertwined that it isn't, it's just not like the Soviet Union where you could just slam the door.
It was really interesting a couple of weeks ago when we were on the sidelines of that OPEC press conference. And we heard again and again His Royal Highness from Saudi Arabia saying essentially that, we're the guardians of the oil industry. We at OPEC feel that we are the guardians. We're like the Bedouin. We watch and we wait. We take the long view, if you will. I thought it was really interesting in our panel earlier, focusing on the energy agenda for 2021, that Mr. Barkindo, the Secretary General of OPEC, was very keen to speak to his Indian counterpart and essentially say, listen, we're here for you. We are, we're your supplier. We're going to be here for the long haul. You can depend on us. I thought that was really, really interesting. Do you get a sense that OPEC is nervous about the incoming administration? Or do you feel that post-Trump, they're feeling kind of fly, if you will?
Well, I think that they feel, that there's a change of administration, a change of policy, and you've seen that particularly under Secretary General Barkindo, but that the position of OPEC has really evolved. It's not, 1970s, 1980s. It works with the IEA. It's more cooperative. It's looking even for helping countries on energy transition. So I think that's there. What I also thought was interesting in the dialogue with Minister Pradhan from India, he said, we don't want really low oil prices, because if there are low oil prices, there won't be investment, and then we'll have high prices. We said we want reasonable and stable prices. And I think that's why India was also concerned when oil prices went to below zero last spring. So there is a sense of wanting reliability and stability so that your balance of payments don't get really hit and so forth. That is there. And I think, and OPEC is, that message that they're sending is that's what we're trying to deliver. The word he used a lot is stability.
A couple of weeks ago, actually, no, a couple of months ago, before the election, in fact, we were chatting about, who's better for oil prices. And I was asking you if you thought it would be Mr. Biden or Mr. Trump. And you said, well, higher oil prices or oil prices where they are. But essentially you had said, Mr. Trump is at least more vocal. He's going to be more involved. What's your take of Mr. Biden in that sense? I mean, he's not going to be tweeting every day, I imagine, but he's still going to be impacting it. Yeah.
And would he or people in the administration, if you had a really big price collapse, would they respond? As other, not only Trump, but other administrations responded. And it was interesting what happened last April. There's really a group of Republican senators from the oil producing states who sent a message saying that if this continues, certain countries, we're not your
screwed.
friend.
Yeah.
And we're not going to stand by for that. And the message was there. So it's not clear what kind of involvement and engagement they'll have with the with the international energy community in the way that this administration has had, and previous Democratic administrations have had too, where they've been engaged. We have to see who all the appointments are and kind of how that shapes up. What makes a difference is, of course, if prices go up, particularly. And that's the other side, Hadley, is just understanding how divided the United States is now. When you have a substantial part of Republican voters who don't accept the legitimacy of the election, this is pretty unprecedented. And so I think we're going to hear from Joe Biden tomorrow about unity. So he has the progressive left on one side, but he has to appeal to the center, and he has to appeal to Republicans on the other. He's a pretty skilled politician and long experienced, of course, but that's a pretty difficult and challenging balancing act that he's going to have to do in the months ahead.
Absolutely. And it's a tall order, as you say. I mean, thinking about this with regards to the energy space, obviously, Dan Briette, following on from Rick Perry, a total 180 from Jennifer Granholm. I mean, this is a person who, frankly, could be construed as coming from the progressive left, at least with regards to energy and her feelings about climate change. When you think about
her here, it will be very interesting when we her Senate hearings, how they go, and
absolutely
and how they handle it and how they position, and that will be I think a very important signal, because when you look at both Senator Manchin, who's the chairman of the committee and the ranking Republican on it, they both are in many ways more aligned. And so how that questioning goes and how she chooses to answer will be
it'll be fascinating. I mean, it could have implications, frankly, for oil markets. It could also have, major implications for how people decide to invest going forward. And I'm curious to see how this is seen in this part of the world, because what we've seen post-election is a real move by the Gulf Arab countries, particularly here in the UAE, to talk up their energy transition, to really highlight all the things that they're doing to move toward renewables, and to be very welcoming, frankly, of the next envoy from the United States when it comes to climate, which will, of course, be former presidential contender John Kerry. And also, to appoint ADNOC's chairman as their representative on climate. I mean, I thought that was really interesting that they were sort of prepared clearly for both scenarios and ready to jump, at the drop of the hat, depending on who came into office, right. Which shouldn't be surprising, frankly, given how quick they are on these kinds of things in this part of the world. But it's interesting, though. I mean, when you think about this with regards to OPEC specifically, should OPEC be nervous that they might not have as willing a counterpart as they saw in Briette and Rick Perry?
Well, I think it was that partly came out of necessity, but I think it probably will be a question, or just put it this way, for the oil exporting countries, what kind of support or what kind of dialogue they have about, the Secretary of Energy also has to be concerned about what's happening in the global oil market. And there are a lot of jobs. And you can see it here too. Like, I didn't realize until I saw the other day that methane emissions in the United States are down 70%. And well, people are working on this agenda, but obviously it's speeded up. As you say, it's interesting. The CEO of ADNOC, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, and also the climate negotiator, but he formerly headed Masdar, which is their renewable energy and energy alternative institution that he used to head. And I think he may still be chairman of it. So he brings a lot of creds to it. And you see in the UAE, very low cost solar. They've started their first nuclear power plant. They want to be an exporter of hydrogen. So people are figuring out what the path ahead. One thing that's much on our minds is how the supply chains are going to work for this kind of race now to move to go the green supply chains, and what kind of bottlenecks there will be and what kind of challenges there will be there. And I think that's not being looked at so carefully.
What about players like Venezuela and Russia in particular? Because we talk so much about the OPEC Plus agreement and sort of I don't know, would you call it angel threads that hold that together at times? It's certainly about personality, but it's also about the bottom line, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see a lot more pressure. You got it. And I think there's going to be a lot more political pressure on Russia in the coming years, as well as pressure on their bottom line.
Well, if we take Venezuela first, I think that's just a step. It's a disaster case. Its production produces half as much oil as the state of North Dakota. I mean, this was one of the founders of OPEC. It used to be a very large producer. Just the sort of economic self-destruction that's occurred there under the Maduro regime, and so many of the talented, capable people have left the country. I mean, imagine shortages of gasoline in a country that has the world's largest oil reserves. Russia,
and you've got to think about the fact that Trump sanctioned Venezuela, and the question, of course, whether or not the new president will decide to reverse that.
Yeah, or will they
much like he might do the same thing with Iran? Question.
Well, I think Iran clearly will move to recreate some kind of nuclear deal with Iran. I mean, that's absolutely. It's the same people are there who negotiated the deal, and I think that they will look at the fact that Iran is going ahead with its nuclear program. That, of course, will cause some disquiet on your side of the Gulf as that goes ahead. On Russia, the basis of OPEC Plus, what you call those angel threads, is Saudi Arabia and Russia. And Russia, it's such a complicated situation. And I think the struggle for U.S. foreign policy under the Biden administration, are there things to do other than sanctions? You've had this massive cyber attack. And the U.S. in turn putting more sanctions yesterday and today to stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline from going ahead. I think there will be an effort to see if there's some basis for stabilizing or improving the relationship, but all the signs are that it's going to continue to be quite difficult, and it's the other major problem that's out there at least for the new administration after China.
For President Trump, there was this much vaunted energy independence, right? And there are some who say that the Biden administration, the incoming administration, as a result of the way that their policies are tilted, trillions of dollars, hopefully going into green energy projects, that would derail U.S. energy independence. Do you support that narrative?
Well, I think the way to think about it, it's like two different tracks. There's the oil and gas position. The United States is now the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world. And it would have changed from 12 years ago when the U.S. was importing 60% of its oil. It's a really big change. And in the essay that I wrote for the excellent Atlantic Council new report, I was thinking about and realizing that 8 presidents from the early 1970s had made energy independence a number one goal, and it always seemed like a joke. It was something the late night comedians would make fun of. And now we have it, and now
kind of like the Space Force today.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, you've seen their uniforms. They have pretty snazzy uniforms.
The outfit's half the battle, clearly.
Exactly. It's funny because there's this satirical TV show with Steve Carroll about Space Force, where the uniforms are where they're designed by the First Lady. But that gets us off topic. But I think that now, once you kind of get energy security and energy independence, fantasy and now it's reality, it's now just taken for granted. And a lot, but if President-elect Biden, soon we can say President Biden, has made a point to differentiate himself from a lot of virtually all the other candidates when he's in the primary, saying, I will not ban fracking. But there'll be more regulation. And I think the industry right now is watching and waiting warily to see what it means and how hard they go after them and what kind of restrictions. I think they'll do things like more focus on methane and, everybody's going to use solar power to, in your operations in the field and so forth. So I think it's kind of going to be an adjustment process, but this is not going to be a repeat of the Obama administration in this regard.
No, absolutely. But it's going to be interesting, I think. And it's a question that I, as you know, ask energy ministers from this part of the world again and again, foreign ministers, anybody I can get to sit down in front of me, which is, the ongoing relationship between the United States and this region. And it's really funny because I clearly have trained my producer well, because she's trying to slip me this question to make sure that I get it in. So I feel really good about that, which is the question, right? At what point, if we are selling ourselves down the road under the Biden administration, where we don't have that narrative of U.S. energy independence, does that mean that we are now going to be at the mercy once again of OPEC and particularly of the Middle East in terms of energy supplies? I wouldn't say at the mercy
of OPEC. I would say at the mercy of volatility in the market.
Right.
Way to think about it, and at the mercy of events of crises that come along. I think, and you've been talking about the Abraham Accords and this relationship between the treaty between the UAE and Israel, which interestingly enough, Hadley in the United States kind of didn't get that much attention because it was during the political campaign, during COVID, during forest fires. But it really, to borrow a term from behind me, it's the new map.
It also didn't get that much attention because nobody wanted to give the president any credit for it, I think.
Yeah, that's probably right. That's right.
Let's be honest. Yeah.
But it is a new map for the Middle East. And I think there are obviously economic reasons for it. There's the common concerns about Iran. I think there's probably also some sense of, well, where's the United States going? And if you've had this instability, what's going to happen in 4 years? Just less sure about where the U.S. is, and its position has changed. And so it became also another reason for these two very important countries in the region to have a relationship, a strategic relationship, because there's a little concern about where does the U.S. go from here? Is it going to be retreating? Is there a vacuum? And so I think it was, as Marxists used to say, it was overdetermined. There are a lot of reasons for it to happen, but it is, and as you've been emphasizing in your reporting, your discussions, a really significant development. It is really a new political map in the Middle East.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, I think that the one thing that we haven't talked enough about potentially is what that would do if we were to see Iran eventually opening up. Obviously, there's a huge population of Iranians in Dubai. There's a history of that kind of interconnectedness and interconnected trade. So there is a historical narrative for this region working very, hand in glove together. So the question would be, of course, how that might upend the OPEC relationship, or the relationship, I should say, within OPEC. But when you think about what's happening with Russia today, obviously a transactional relationship, one in which we could potentially see a bit of movement. Where do you sort of see those kinds of stumbling blocks in that relationship? Because you now have Alexander Novak moving into that role of deputy prime minister. He's still supposedly going to be holding on to that OPEC plus file. But, there are questions about, the longevity of that kind of an agreement.
I think that obviously there was a lot of controversy within Russia and within the Russian leadership establishment about doing that kind of arrangement. Remember, in 2014, the Russians didn't want to have any part of it. And that's when the price started to collapse in November, December of 2014. And the difference, there are a number of differences, but I think there's more than just an economic oil consideration. I think for Vladimir Putin, one of his great goals has been to restore Russia, or to make Russia a great power. And this is a country whose economy is somewhat larger than Spain's and somewhat smaller than Italy's, but he's done it. And I think the relationship with Saudi Arabia is very important because it puts Russia in a unique position in the Middle East. It's the only country that can talk to everybody. It can talk to Israel, it can talk to Iran, it can talk to Syria, it can talk to Saudi Arabia, the UAE. That's really important. So it makes Russia a player. So I think it goes beyond oil in terms of the considerations, and why, on balance, they'll at least maintain it as a forum, maybe not formalize it the way people want, but have that channel of communication that serve their purpose. Their budget looks better now, and it's another way of demonstrating Russia's power and that Russia's back. And Russia likes having a relationship with Saudi Arabia, one of the United States' two most important relationships in the region, having a, quote, strategic relationship as it's been described. And I think in a way it's probably a hedge for the countries in the Gulf too, because we've seen a lot of instability in the US, and people looking at the results of the election sort of say, well, what's going to happen in 4 years? Where do things go? And so that's an important, there are strategic reasons that go beyond oil to make that effort. But what we've seen, and we saw it in the last couple of months, it takes continuing effort to maintain it as circumstances keep changing.
Before I let you go, Dan, and we only have 2 minutes left, I thought I'd get here quicker than I have, and I apologize. China. What is the thing that we're not talking about? Because I talk about it so often with our counterparts here in terms of the foreign policy space, about the discomfort that Washington has with this part of the world and their growing relationship with China. That obviously has a big impact when you're basically the lifeline of energy supplies to that part of the world.
Well, the thing that I didn't think my first book ever that I wrote was on the origins of the Soviet-American Cold War, and I never expected to write a book about origins of new Cold Wars. But you can certainly, as Henry Kissinger said, if you can look at what's happening, you can see that risk is really there. And I spent some time in the book, in the new map, writing both about Belt and Road and what that means, and secondly, about the breakdown of what I call the WTO consensus, the sense of we're in this together. Now it's strategic rivals and great power competition. And in particular, focusing on the risk around the South China Sea. As much oil passes every day through the South China Sea as passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So what happens there is very important for energy, exactly in the way you're talking about. And I think that that's the place where the US and China have the most direct military contact. So I would say if you're looking at where something could go wrong, it's there. And it's very important to understand what the nature of this, what this conflict is about and the differences are about. So, that's the thing, I think, really keep your eye on that, Hadley.
Absolutely. And this at a time when Xi Jinping has essentially given even more money and more power to the military wing of his government. Dan Yergin, author of The New Map and many, many other amazing books, which I strongly advocate everyone reads. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to pass this over now to Julia Piper. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Hadley.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be with you. I'm Julia Piper. I'm a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, and I'm host of the Political Climate Podcast. In this discussion, we're going to look at the outlook for U.S. climate and energy policy. As everyone listening will probably know, Democrats have won the presidency, held the House, and they've taken a narrow majority in the Senate. Climate advocates in Congress will now have more agency to implement more ambitious policies than previously anticipated. At the same time, though, across the aisle collaboration will be crucial as we look to future climate and energy legislation, particularly because of those key Senate votes that will be needed, again, to pass big legislation. Now, there are other pathways that we'll explore in this discussion. We have to also look to the presidency. President Biden has big climate goals and executive actions, including rejoining the Paris Agreement, which we'll discuss shortly. And so we'll also want to look at what the international engagement could be like for the United States going forward. So joining me to discuss all of this is Representative Kathy Castor, a Democrat from Florida. She's chair of the House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. Representative Castor has been part of the committee that unveiled the 500 plus page Climate Crisis Action Plan last summer, which was designed to give Congress a roadmap for solving the climate crisis. She's also been a longtime national leader on protecting the environment and finding climate solutions. We're also joined by Congressman David McKinley, a Republican of West Virginia. He's a senior member on the House Energy and Commerce Committee. He's one of two professional engineers in Congress, where he has been active on issues related to the coal industry, environmental regulation, energy efficiency, and healthcare. He also serves as vice chairman on the subcommittee on the environment. So welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Just as a quick reminder to our audience before we get going here, we will be taking questions throughout. Please enter those through the app that you are watching this session through. That's the best way to get us questions, and we'll be fielding those as we move along. So Chair Castor, I'd like to go to you first to sort of get a lay of the land in Washington, D.C. in light of all the political shifts. As I mentioned, Democrats have won a narrow majority in Congress, giving the party an opportunity to address climate and energy issues the way that they would like to. Although that narrow majority means that you'll have to get all Democrats on board, including possibly some Republicans. So what is your assessment of what the priorities will be now moving forward, given where the landscape is today?
Well, thank you, Julia. It's a pleasure to be with you and everyone at the Atlantic Council and my colleague, Congressman McKinley. I enjoy serving with David. He is a very thoughtful member. Well, here we are one day before Joe Biden's inauguration, and there has been a lot of work over the past couple of years to craft a transportation and infrastructure package. And that's what I would look for in the early days of the new Congress as well, working with the Biden administration on the cleanest and greenest transportation and infrastructure package we have seen. I think if folks would go back to the bill that passed the House of Representatives last summer, the Moving Forward Act, there is a lot of policy in there that we will look to craft the modern transportation and infrastructure bill. We know we need to do this. Expand clean energy in America to help us with economic recovery, to create good paying jobs, to help make our communities back home more resilient. Clean energy holds so much promise for family sustaining jobs. We know we have to build the macro grid, the modern grid in America. We're rich with renewable resources like solar and wind, but a lot of them are in the Midwest, in the central part of the country. We've got to expand that. So we'll be focused on the modern grid. Also in transportation, it is a critical competitiveness issue for the United States of America that we continue to lead the world in automobiles, but also trucks, transit, rail, maritime, air. There is a lot of innovation that has to occur. And we think that if we continue to innovate here in America, we will be able to share those innovations across the world, but it will help workers and it will help companies here too. We also know we have a lot of work to do in conservation. Farmers are ready to tackle the climate crisis. We've also set a goal of conserving at least 30% of all of the natural lands and ocean areas by 2030. A lot of this work is bipartisan. In our, thank you for highlighting our report that my committee issued last summer. It contains a lot of bipartisan bills, and that's what we're going to focus on, building a bipartisan support for these clean energy solutions and help rebuild the economy.
Excellent. Thank you for that overview. And we're going to dig into all that a little more, get a little more detail. But Representative McKinley, I'd like to bring you in on something Chair Castor mentioned about exporting technologies abroad and looking internationally on the role that the U.S. can play. And I want to go there because we are speaking at the Global Energy Forum. So later this year, nations will meet in Glasgow for COP26. We know that President-elect Joe Biden has pledged to re-enter the Paris Agreement. So what would you like to see come from those talks, and how would you like the U.S. to position itself in terms of energy and climate abroad?
Well, thank you for that question. And again, Kathy Castor, it's always good to see you. We've had a good working relationship on energy and commerce over the last number of years. So it's always an honor to be on the same panel with her in her role. And I want to thank the Atlantic Council for conducting this, holding this summit and this discussion so we can do it. Now, as to the global involvement, thank you for that. Because what we have to do, I think that's what the imperative for us and as Republicans in Congress, and I think the Democrats too, if they want to be responsible, is to look at the global aspects of this. Carbon capture, if we want to take care of the emissions, we have to go carbon capture. And what we're not seeing is around the world, other nations really adopting that program. Look at the remark that John Kerry said. I've got his quote. He said, if the United States or even all of the developed nations cut their CO2 emissions to zero, it would not offset the emissions coming from the rest of the world. We had a panel discussion in Energy and Commerce just a few months ago, and we asked them, if America decarbonized totally to zero, would we still have wildfires on the West Coast, droughts in the Midwest, and hurricanes? And the panel said yes, because the rest of the world is where the problem is. Gina McCarthy has said the same thing when she testified before us. She said American actions would not make a difference needed to address climate change. So it's not America, it's the rest of the world. And MIT put out their own report. MIT said that regardless of anything the United States does to decrease its emissions, until China and India reduce their emissions, the result will still be climate catastrophe. So this meeting in Glasgow, or all the meetings from Montreal, from Kyoto, on and on and on, the Paris, are all important that we energize, we get the rest of the world to buy in to their responsibility in climate change. And the first Paris Accord, quite frankly, was just political theater. If you look at the language, the big contributors to this were India and China. But yet the administration, the Obama administration, let them off the hook and said that, how's the quote goes, actually the language, it's in Article 4, Section 4 of the agreement says, developing nation parties should continue enhancing their mitigation efforts and are encouraged to move over time towards economy emission reductions. That's not shall, that's not must. And you were already seeing that here in China is already announcing in the Financial Times that they're going to increase their dependency on fossil fuels, particularly coal. So we've got to get them engaged. And so I'm going to challenge Casty and the rest of the committee. What we all have to do is make sure that we have a unified global approach towards this problem. Because without it, we can decarbonize. And all we've done is just transform our economy here in the United States, and it won't benefit it. We're still going to have wildfires on the West Coast, droughts in the Midwest, and hurricanes on the East.
Chair Castor, do you have an initial response to that?
Well, I largely agree with Congressman McKinley. We have a lot of work to do internationally. Fortunately, tomorrow, President Biden, after he's sworn in, one of the first things he will do is say that America will return to its leadership role in the world and rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. We cannot expect other countries to meet their nationally determined commitments and targets unless we're part of it and we're walking the walk as well. So we will return to our leadership role. We will work with allies. I think there is an understanding across the globe that we have got to set new targets that are much more ambitious. They have to come with some enforcement mechanisms. That's a weakness that Congressman McKinley has identified. We know now that the Earth is warming to such an extent that those old Paris targets are not enough. If we're going to avoid significant exponentially rising costs and temperatures, emergency relief packages for wildfires, floods, hurricanes, we have got to get busy. China recently made an announcement that they intend to get to net zero by 2060. That is not good enough. And in their announcement, they did not identify much change at all in the first decade, in the next 10 years. That's not acceptable. So it's good that we'll have a knowledgeable diplomat in former Secretary of State John Kerry, who will be President Biden's right arm, right hand, going out across the globe so that we are ready in Glasgow, and we're working together with our allies and with other countries to avoid the worst impacts of climate.
Yeah, I take that point on the international goals being somewhat far out, but it's interesting covering this as a sort of clean energy business reporter, because we have seen targets set a tone and orient markets to then deploy capital in different ways. So even though these targets are far out, it's been interesting to see the private sector then mobilize and take advantage of those opportunities. I just recently was in India reporting on their emerging clean tech startup ecosystem, because it's about energy security and producing their own goods for their clean energy future at home. And so to that end, I'd like to ask Representative McKinley, you talked about carbon capture sequestration, and you talked about other types of mitigation. To what extent would you support a rapid scaling up of, say, renewables? That includes biofuels, hydropower, we could include nuclear, in addition to carbon capture sequestration? Really have that 1-2 punch, or do you really think that carbon capture is the only main focus to be had here?
I think carbon capture is the main focus. IEA came out with their own report saying the same thing, that says without carbon capture, our energy and climate goals will become impossible to reach. I don't know how much clearer we need to hear from that. So what we have to do is spend more time, more resources, and innovation in dealing with carbon capture. The only one that we know that we have working right now is the Net Power facility down in La Porte, Texas. It's a 50 megawatt facility down there. It's showing how we can capture our CO2, but we've got to go much further with that. And that means a lot more ambitious investments in carbon capture. 45Q is very instrumental in helping out on that. But what we've heard from the Biden transition team, they're only going to support 45Q until there's a carbon price. That's going to run into more division. And if we're trying to all come together to address this problem, I think we ought to acknowledge that carbon capture is going to be the key to it. And the sequestration through using 45Q is work. 21 of the 22 carbon capture demonstration projects all are a result of 45Q being put into place. So I'm hoping that we will continue to do that and not allow this approach that we're seeing from the Biden administration to roll back all of the progress that was made in fossil fuels. Keeping in mind that we're only spending $800 million a year in the research into carbon capture with Nettle. That's the major facility doing that. We've got to significantly upgrade our investment. But in the last 2 years, we were not able to get the Democrats on the Appropriation Committee to allow us to get up to a higher number in fossil fuel research because of their goal. We're going to eliminate it anyway, they're saying. We're going to eliminate it anyway, so why are we spending money doing research into it? So it's going to make a very interesting discussion in the next couple of years how we deal with that.
Yeah, and I would like to bring in your legislation shortly to get a little more nuance. But let me ask you one more broader question, Representative McKinley. My understanding is the actual weight of carbon that you would need to capture, because you'd have to physically capture these particles, that would be incredibly massive to actually fully address our carbon problem. So would you support also accelerating other types of low carbon technologies at the same time? Just to put a finer point on this.
Absolutely. And that is in our legislation that I'm working on with Kurt Schrader, a Democrat out of Oregon. Is it's not just all about fossil fuels, but it's also advancing nuclear. It's advancing wind and solar, some aspects of it. So our legislation called Innovate First, Regulate Later, I think is a complete 180-degree turn from what it was like under the Obama administration when they put regulations in effect that couldn't be met. And so therefore you had companies and groups all across America struggle and shut down their operations. We want to innovate first and addressing those problems. So I think now that I understand your question a little bit better, yes, that's what this legislation is trying to do. For 10 years, do a very deep dive into ways of reducing carbon. And it may be biological. It may be doing some other things that are non-traditional in that approach, like such as using phytoplankton, advancing phytoplankton. I don't know. Whenever I mention it, I know most people their eyes glaze over because they don't understand that phytoplankton produces 50% of the CO2, absorbs the 50% of the CO2 in the atmosphere and produces oxygen. But yet it's one that we've ignored over the years. It's going to require some investment, some research into it, but I want to see us looking at phytoplankton. I like the tree approach. Al Gore's idea of when he published his book about the deforestation of the tropical rainforest. We've got to address those things as well. There are so many other aspects of what we can get into to reduce our CO2 emissions in the atmosphere.
So just for context, we're talking here about bipartisan legislation introduced by Representative McKinley that would invest in energy innovation program for carbon capture, sequestration, utilization, advanced nuclear, renewables, and storage, followed by a clean energy standard that would get the power sector to reduce emissions 80% by 2050. And sorry, Chair Castor, took a little bit of a detour there, but would love to bring in your views on how that aligns with what you're working on in your vision for the future.
Well, the linchpin is decarbonizing the power sector. And I think there may be some common ground building here with Representative McKinley's proposed legislation aiming for a clean energy standard. In our climate crisis action plan, we recommend that we establish a clean energy standard for the power sector and do so as quickly as possible. The scientists tell us we must reduce CO2 emissions to net zero no later than 2050, but we do not have time to waste. We've seen just over the past decade how temperatures have risen, the cost, the catastrophes it's driving. So the more that we front and load a lot of these research development investments, the more we press ahead to the clean energy transition, the better we're going to be in outer years. And hopefully those investments in R&D will help accelerate the type of innovations we need. In our climate crisis action plan, we do say that carbon capture is one tool in the toolbox, but we do not recommend deploying it unless there is a clear climate benefit. There are a lot of sectors in the economy like certain industrial processes, steel, fertilizer, where we don't have the answer yet on how to decarbonize those areas. So we need to invest there in R&D. And fortunately, in the year-end package passed by Congress, there were some bipartisan investments and agreements, including a lot of the energy efficiency legislation that Representative McKinley has worked on. So energy efficiency as well has to be a big part of this equation.
You mentioned a clean energy standard, and I'm super interested in that because we hear a lot about the drive to clean up the power grid and electrify everything. President-elect Joe Biden, soon to be President Joe Biden, has a goal of decarbonizing the power sector by 2035. There's obviously different views on what the timeline should be and what the rules should be on that. But I guess to each of you, Chair Castor first, what is the likelihood of passing a clean energy standard, which, as I understand it, would require 60 votes in the Senate?
Well, we have some work to do. I think we have some work to do, and it will depend on what is included in a clean energy standard. In the past, we've had some debate about nuclear power and whether people think that that's going to be a solution. In our report issued last year, we said, yes, nuclear power has to be a part of the equation. And so Representative McKinley and I agree that investments in advanced nuclear will be very important. Coming back to carbon capture, if you can proceed, if you can demonstrate that there is a clear climate benefit to a fuel source, that you're not just using carbon capture and it expands your carbon footprint, I don't think that would be appropriate. And again, we just don't have time to waste. These years of setting targets for 2050, 2040 are just not going to get us to where we need to be. We need to press ahead with the technological evolution in this country and kind of win this global race for competitiveness so that we can then expand jobs and provide everyone a stronger foundation for our economic recovery, and then share those technologies with the rest of the world that would benefit our workers and our companies in America.
Representative McKinley, what is your outlook, again, on passing and getting it through all of Congress, a clean energy standard as you've structured it, or anything else? What's your read on your colleagues on your side of the aisle?
Let me go back to the remark about 2035. To make that transition so that we're net zero on emissions by 2035. I'm going to try to spend time educating people and getting the public more aware of what the cost is going to be. Look at the transitional cost. We've seen several reports. Look at just in Alaska alone, 70% of the revenue to run Alaska comes from fossil fuels. Wyoming is 52% of the revenue to run the state of Wyoming comes from fossil fuels. And in North Dakota, it's 45%. So for us to make this transition by 2035, those respective states, and there are others obviously impacted with it as well, how are they going to make the adjustment to the operating their state what they have it? There have been polls taken about how much more money is the consumer willing to pay when we go to renewable fuels. And it's interesting that Yale, I think that's a fairly well-known school, I suppose. I'm a Purdue graduate, but I accept some things that Yale says. And Yale put out a report that said 50%, when they did polling, 50% of people didn't want to pay anything more on their utility bills. And the other 50% said something less than $200 a year. But the Wood-Mackenzie report that came out last year said, in all likelihood, to get to 2035 with the transition to zero, it's going to cost a household almost $2,000, 10 times as much as the consumer is willing to pay. So the question is going to be, as we approach this, how do we get the consumer willing to recognize the impact or the effect it could have on their health, that it may or may not upset the economy? We've got a lot of education to do if this thing's going to go. So as we speak right now, 2035, I don't think it's realistic. Even Secretary Muniz said just recently that we're not ready. Battery storage, if we're going to do the renewables, that's what we step over to, is renewables. And I'm very supportive of wind, solar, hydro, and the like. But if we're going to switch to that, we've got to have battery storage. And he says it's not feasible now and won't be in a short term. So I don't know where we're going to find out how we're going to address battery storage and the supply chain that's affected with with battery storage, because we already know that the main source for our batteries, lithium, comes from South America. And as your scientists in the crowd here will know, to get 1 ton of lithium out of the ground requires 500,000 gallons of water to be wasted. Water that could otherwise be used for agricultural purposes in South America, in Chile and Argentina, but they're diverting that from that. So we've got a real problem with lithium. Cobalt comes from the Congo, which is under dictatorship. Is that what we want? So we've got some problems on supply chain and how we're going to get the amount of material that we're going to need to have. And one example said that we're going to have 900 gigawatts of power battery storage we're going to have if we convert to that. 900 gigawatts of battery storage. But Julia, currently America or the world only has 5.5 gigawatts available total. So go from 5.5 to 900 gigawatts by 2035. It's not realistic. And I think it's going to put a lot of people out of work. So if the Mildred Schmidts of the world, she's my neighbor and your neighbor, when Mildred Schmidt is willing to recognize she's going to pay maybe as much as $2,000 to be on reliable, renewable energy, but her neighbor is going to be out of work. I'm not sure where she's going to come down on this.
All right. Well, I hear a lot of that. I think no one would disagree that the challenge in front of us is enormous and the scale would have to be something we have not seen before. I guess the one thing I would add is there's research out of Princeton that came out recently really analyzing how to get to net zero by 2050. So not the power sector by 2035, but extending that timeline. And they did acknowledge a huge mobilization would be necessary. But the cost is actually marginal if you take out what we already spend for energy and you shift it to other lower carbon solutions. You alluded to the just transition, and I want to get to that in a moment. But Chair Castor, any initial thoughts to some of the points that were just brought up there?
Yes, well, the good news is right now, clean energy is a whole lot cheaper than fossil fuels, especially energy efficiency, which we have nowhere near maximized in America. But solar power, wind power, the production costs there are much lower. And plus it's healthier, so you save on public health costs. But here's why that your next door neighbor or the average person on the street doesn't buy it anymore, that this transition is going to cost them money, because we're paying enormous cost because of the climate crisis. Extreme heat, people are paying more on their electric bills because we have additional flooding and storm surges. They're having to lay out more of their property taxes and stormwater fees at home to strengthen their water and wastewater systems. You know, I come from Florida, and we've been battered by these storms that come with greater frequency and greater intensity. And then they come to the Congress, states come to the Congress and ask for billions and billions of dollars in outlays to address catastrophes. Look at the wildfires in the West, flooding in the Midwest. So people understand right now that the cost of inaction much, much higher than the cost of investing in clean energy.
And
I got to jump in on that. Let me follow back up again with that. She's right. But at the same time, that's what we started off on this discussion, Julia. It's a global issue. What we do, if we can't ignore John Kerry's remarks. We can't ignore MIT's remarks. We can't ignore Gina McCarthy's remarks until the rest of the world starts reducing their emissions. They said in committee, even if we do all of this, if the rest of the world continues to emit like they are now, you're still going to have wildfires on the West, droughts in the Midwest, and hurricanes on the East. So all these things are flooding. We're still going to have them until the rest of the world joins with us in reducing their emissions. But I see no intention right now other than just some signing on to some agreements without penalties. Remember, the Paris Accord had no penalties if you violated the agreement. That's why I'm encouraged what John Kerry said. We're going to have to, when we redo the Paris Accord, we're going to have to make it tighter, because we can't allow China, who emits, they burn they're approaching now 5 billion tons of coal annually. China, India now is going over 1 million tons of of coal. So the rest of the world has to capture this. Otherwise, we're still going to pay the price for it in America. So I'm hoping we can get our committee all energized on the same plane, that we've got to find a way to get the rest of the world reducing their CO2 emissions.
Yeah. Chair Castor, how would you do that? What do you think are the tools that the U.S. could employ to get more countries to align with this vision and action?
Well, we have to walk the walk ourselves. I mean, ever since the Industrial Revolution, it's been the United States of America that has benefited due to the use of fossil fuels. We've been the world leader in that, and other countries look at us and say, okay, you have a greater responsibility because of your development over time. And I think folks understand that. Unless we lead in the world, unless we make these investments and lead in the technological changes in the cars we drive, the trucks, the way we produce energy, the rest of the world typically, they're not going to lead in those technological advancements. It's always been the United States of America, the world leader in manufacturing and in science, that has led the way. And I talk to a new generation of young people who are ready to take on that challenge. Experts in science, in public health, in clean energy, they are all committed to doing this, and they know that we can. And now, fortunately, we have Joe Biden, who's come in with a very clear plan on what to do. If folks haven't read it, I suggest you do, but it's create 1 million jobs in the automobile sector through electric vehicles, improving our supply chains and manufacturing. That will go a long way to for a lot of working people across the Midwest, especially, who have seen other industries stagnate over time. That would come along with a lot of investment in training in communities that need to be partnering with our labor unions and with community colleges in training. And again, this is something I hear from a younger generation. They want to be involved. They are inspired. The Biden plan also says aims to create 1 million jobs by retooling our businesses, our buildings, our homes. We can weatherize our homes. We saw this successfully happen after we passed the Recovery Act in 2009. We also think that just in reclaiming coal mines and in other parts of the country working on conservation initiatives, we can help lift local and rural economies and make sure that no one is left behind. And that's why it's exciting this day before the inauguration, the potential we have, especially with America returning to its leadership role in the world.
Congressman McKinley, there's 2 pieces to this. I want to break it out. First is on the international scale. Do you agree that the United States should be investing in the next generation of clean energy technologies to compete and serve these other growing and emerging economies around the world? And so it's worth investing in making that here at home.
Absolutely. And that's what the main content of what our legislation does, is develop that so that we can export that technology to other nations. But we got to drive the price down. Now, back what Congressman Castor said about leadership, I agree. Gina McCarthy said the same thing about leadership. We have to be leadership. Well, leadership in the last 10 years, 15 years, we've already reduced our CO2 emissions by 18%. We've already been leading on showing that. But at the same time, India has increased their CO2 emissions by 250%, and China by 290%. So they're not following our lead. That idea is naive to think that if we do it, they'll follow. They're not. So there's an old line goes out. Julia says, "A man thinks he's a leader and has no followers is just merely a man taking a walk." And I think that's exactly what's happening here. We've been trying to lead, but no one's been following. So I think it's imperative for us to invest significantly in carbon reductions, in the technology to be able to do that. That may mean developing better in hydrogen. It means exploring more in the alum cycle that we can do in something like that. Is certainly efficiencies can do, but we've got to find a way to develop our batteries in a very short period of time so that we're not relying on other nations. This supply chain, didn't we learn anything from this last pandemic about when we were relying on other nations for supplying material? We've got to find a way to get that material here in the United States, creating American jobs.
Yes. I take your points there. And I would add the one interesting and unfortunate caveat that the local air pollution issues in China and India, just based on my own direct reporting, are really driving a change in tone there because they actually have no option as their populations cope with these horrible smog conditions. So it's been interesting to see the dialogue start to shift, although I agree there's still much more to do. So we talked about creating jobs, and the domestic piece of this is the just transition, how we make sure that communities who are currently in fossil fuels can thrive and succeed, and also communities that have been left behind and struggle with our own domestic air pollution issues and water pollution issues are brought along here too. So first to Chair Castor, what is your proposal to serve communities like Congressman McKinley's and to serve communities in other parts of the country who've been left behind and face the worst effects of climate and pollution issues today?
I think we have to recognize and have a great deal of respect for the energy workers of the past 100 years in America, the coal miners, the folks who've worked in the oil and gas fields. You know, a lot of America's economic success was driven by their hard work and sweat. But now we have a lot of work to do as clean energy and energy efficiency and other new technologies take hold. We have to make sure that no one is left behind. And I have on the Climate Crisis Committee, I have another West Virginian who serves, another and a GOP member from Southwest Virginia. And when I talk with them about what they'd like to see in the future of their communities, they want what everyone else wants. They want good schools. They want good jobs for their family. So I've talked with them a lot about what are those jobs of the future. They talk to me about, not having Washington, D.C. decide what their future is, but having the feds provide some support, be a better partner. They see a lot of potential jobs for reclaiming old mines and turning these into areas where they could attract ecotourism. That will work in some areas. We're going to need a lot of rural America to help us as well with building the macro grid. We have to train new workers and possibly retrain former workers to help us with that very expansive construction initiative where we site these power lines connecting renewable sources to population centers. We hope that this can be combined also with expanding rural broadband. There is a massive deficit of technological tools available to rural areas across America because they do not have Wi-Fi, they don't have broadband, and we see building the macrogrid maybe could go hand in hand with expanding broadband. And that will be critical to helping our farmers. Farmers want to be part of the clean energy economy. They are ready to improve soil health, to rotate their crops, work with their colleges and universities and use the best science. But I've heard directly from farmers that they won't be able to do that unless they have Wi-Fi and they have broadband and can be attuned to the differences in weather and climate over time and fertilizer applications. So those are a few things. I think there are enormous opportunities, and I think now is the time, especially turning the page on that horrendous insurrection at the Capitol. I'm hopeful that Joe Biden is going to speak to everyone's hearts and minds and say it's time for us to be united. It's only through being united and working together that we're going to be able to tackle these enormous challenges ahead. So I'm hopeful.
Recognizing we have 20 minutes or so left, I do want to bring in some questions, and I'd like to introduce another policy that comes up a lot in climate discussions, and that's a price on carbon. I'm going to start domestically, and then we'll bring in a question that refers to it abroad. But Background being that Democrats will control budget reconciliation, so they cannot create new policy through this, but can, adjust spending policy. So one thing that may fit into that framework is a price on carbon. As I understand it, a clean energy standard could not be passed through the budget reconciliation, but something like a carbon price potentially could. So that was not part of Joe Biden's platform, really, a price on carbon, but it is something that historically has bipartisan support. And we've talked about that being important here. So first to Representative McKinley and then Chair Castor, Representative McKinley, would you support a price on carbon? And then Chair Castor, same question to you. Do you think we could see rallying around this?
No, I would not support it. Because it's avoiding the issue of how we do carbon capture. We've got to put the money into the research and to do this. Look, anyone that advocates wind and solar, they're on the right track, but they have to realize that there are sections of this country that are not available to be able to have wind and solar facilities. We can't replace the coal mine in McDowell County, West Virginia, with wind and solar. If it had been feasible, they would have done it long before now. So what we're doing is relegating them to be, I guess, just cast-offs, collateral damage in this. So I rather than putting another tax on fossil fuels, the carbon emissions, why aren't we investing in finding the ways to capture it? Because already I've seen Congressman Castor deviate some from the fossil fuel, the energy sector, and talk about transportation and infrastructure. All those are good. We're going to have to deal with it. But if we're going to deviate from that, then one of the first things we have to look towards is the steel industry. In the steel industry, China produces almost 1 billion tons. Follow that, 1 billion tons of steel. And for every ton of steel made, you emit almost just short of 2 tons of carbon emissions. So China is going to be emitting 2 billion more tons of CO2 as they continue to make steel. So I'm ready for this next argument when we get to it, but I think today we were trying to stay focused on 2035 and how we're going to address it. I'm going to continue to say I don't think the price on carbon is going to affect what they pay the consumer, and if the consumer is going to bulk overpaying anything more than the one report IER came out said maybe they'll go to $16. If they go to $16, that's still $200 a year. But if the cost is $2,000, then we're going to have a rebellion on our hands by Washington forcing something back on the hands of people, and people are going to lose their jobs. So I think we've got a real problem in how we're going to address it. I hope we do it through innovation.
Representative Castor.
Last year, when the Climate Crisis Committee in the Congress developed its over 500-page roadmap action plan that covered every sector of the economy and made recommendations on resilience and adaptation as well, it was based upon very broad outreach to scientists, to engineers, to stakeholders, farmers, activists, and we took all of those, we took hundreds of requests for information on recommendations on what policies we should enact to meet our climate goals. And after hearing from experts and stakeholders across that ran the gamut, we said, well, a price on carbon is one tool in the toolbox, but it is not a silver bullet. So we recommend that the Congress has a bit more work to do when it comes to any price on carbon. Is it going to be a carbon tax like many businesses advocate for, or would it be going back to a cap and trade system? We say, well, you have to look around the United States of America. There are some trading cap and trade initiatives that have begun in the mid-Atlantic, and then California with Canada. Is it smart for the U.S. to come in and upset those right now? So we have more work to do, but it has not been the focus of conversations to date. I think moving forward, we're really going to be looking for bipartisan solutions here in the near term to move us as quickly as we need to get, as quickly as we need to go.
A specific question from Megan Shipman is, would the members support a carbon border adjustment tax as a tool to sway other countries toward low carbon initiatives? We've talked about the international space here. So a carbon border adjustment tax, Representative McKinley, is that at all aligned with your views?
I'm not familiar with the term. I've thought all along that we wound up using trade as a vehicle to get the other nations to abide by it. But you have to understand, I had an opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Modi in India, and he told me that he's got 1,200,000,000 people living in India, and his emissions are horrid. They don't capture the SOx and NOx gases. They don't have cooling towers to reduce their emissions into the aquatic life. So he said, even with that, as cheaply as we're making electricity now, he said 300 million people in India don't have electricity. He said, so if we were to adopt your plans as to what the strategy is now to do carbon emissions, he said, we might wind up going to 600 million people without electricity. So we've got to develop something that is affordable for him to implement so that he does not go to 600 million people in India without power, without electricity. So whether it's trade, whether it's technology, whatever that is, I don't know the border aspect of it, but I do understand how trade could be used as a tool.
I just want to jump in only because I just finished this series on India. What I did find interesting is just in the mid of the pandemic, they announced that 29 coal plants will be replaced by renewables. They had a series of 3 record low solar prices in India. So that was just interesting to see. I think they're kind of building the airplane as they go here and understanding that their strategy may need to shift. But Chair Castor, comments from you on the carbon border adjustment, if you're familiar?
Yes, it's interesting that it hasn't been part of the dialogue by policymakers here in the U.S., probably because we would be caught up in it, and it may be an impediment upon a lot of our goods and the way that we produce them here in America. So we do have to be mindful of that. But for those big emitters that carry such a huge responsibility right now in China and India, I think this will be something that we will look at. And I bet, based upon what my colleague Rep. McKinley has said today about the role of international players, he's probably going to be quite supportive of it moving forward.
And so getting a little nuanced here, transmission, that is a big issue. We hear about infrastructure as constantly being a Democrat and a Republican priority, but it's hard to get these bills through at the end of the day. And transmission in particular, which facilitates the expansion of clean energy solutions, is hard to pass. It's hard to get approved even at local levels through red tape, because of red tape and local concerns. So is that something that's a priority for either of you, building out the transmission and smart grid? And how would you go about doing it so we can actually see some movement? Chair Castor, then Representative McKinley.
You're right, Julia. This is a critical piece. And fortunately, now coming into the executive branch, we're going to have some very knowledgeable expert folks who are going to help us create this path, because this is the key to creating millions of jobs in America. And making sure that we're working together with labor unions and scientists, and especially those communities that really need a better economic base. This is going to be an enormous opportunity for them. But there are impediments to how you plan for these large transmission lines, how they're paid for, and how they're sited. In our climate crisis action plan, we recommend doing a lot of work on the front end, so you don't end up with a tangle with legal issues at the end, but citing early some corridors that make sense environmentally and economically, working with state and local folks to make sure we don't, that everyone agrees on it. And I think if folks understand that these investments up front will save us a lot of money down the road, that they are going to be quite interested in doing it. But you've hit upon it, it's going to be quite challenging. But it provides an enormous opportunity.
Rep. McKinley, thoughts?
And I would agree with that. I think she's on top. That the siting is going to be the issue. We're seeing environmentalists fighting pipelines all across America. And then the issue we remember back in the 70s and 80s, the big idea was high tension lines, power lines. They didn't want it in their backyard because they thought it caused cancer. So I think you're going to see more and more environmental activists get engaged in that. But I want to go back, Julie, to your comment a little bit about India. Yes, they're transitioning away from a fuel source in India that they use now called lignite. Lignite only produces, has about 3,000 to 4,000 BTUs in its production for heat rate. So they have to use a lot of coal to provide electricity. So what they've done is they've increased their buy from a mine in Australia, the Carmichael mine. It's an Adani mine there, so that they can get coal from Australia to replace the lignite with bituminous coal that will have anywhere from 12 to 13,000 BTU. So they'll be using less coal on that, but they're still going to be using coal. So they're still focused on using coal. They just want to. Their existing lignite power plants cannot burn bituminous coal. It's too hot for the pipes to be able to handle in the boiler system. So rather than, they've just retired those and are building new coal-fired power plants using the bituminous coal from Carmichael mine.
Take that point. Another question from our audience, just as I try to run through these in our final minutes here, is shifting to nuclear power. It was referenced in passing, but to what extent do you think we could see bipartisan support of advanced nuclear and maybe even keeping existing nuclear plants open? Representative McKinley, go to you first.
Well, I can't agree more. We don't have nuclear in West Virginia, but it's all over the country. When I came to Congress, there were about 106 power plants. Now it's down to just in the 90s because they've been decommissioned. The problem has been in getting support from the Democrats for the disposal of spent fuel rods in Yucca Mountain. John Shimkus out of Illinois fought for 12, 15 years to try to find that. We have to have a solution to what we're going to do with spent fuel rods, and they can't be left sitting around where they become a danger to other folks that could get those. So I'm very much supportive of it. It's part of our innovate first, regulate later is the idea of nuclear, but we've got to find a way to dispose of the spent fuel rods.
Chair Castor?
Disposal is one issue, and I think the recognizing that nuclear power is a carbon-free source, it is a very important piece of our getting to net zero over time. And the Democrats strongly believe in R&D for advanced nuclear as well. One of the issues with the existing nuclear plants is going to be safety, because if we're going to look at extending their licenses, it cannot be done without investments in the safety protocols, in the folks who will inspect those plants. If they are safe and secure and their licenses can be extended for a certain amount of time, then that will be appropriate, and that will be a good carbon-free fuel source. But for new plants, it's going to be very difficult for them to compete on cost. For example, in my neck of the woods in Florida, we had one utility who was aiming to construct a new nuclear power plant. They did the cost and benefits, and it just the enormous cost of it just put it out of reach. The same utility was looking to extend the life of an existing nuclear plant, went in there and did repairs themselves and broke the plant. And here's what really upsets ratepayers. This utility asked ratepayers to pay in advance for not just the new nuclear plant, but for repairs of the old plant. They ended up with not 1 kilowatt hour, an enormous cost having to be carried by ratepayers in advance. And that wasn't fair. That's why they believe those investments are better made in clean energy technologies, in solar, especially in the Sunshine State in Florida, and in energy efficiency, where our state has not placed much emphasis at all.
So we have under 5 minutes remaining. And so, Chair Castor, I'd like to stick with you just to close this out. Since Democrats do have a majority, can you give us specifics? What are you watching for next? What's the next hearing coming up? Are you looking for confirmations of, in the administration? Is it the budget reconciliation? What are the top bullet points that we should be watching for?
Thanks, Julia. Well, here we are, the day before the inauguration of Joe Biden. We understand that he has put together an expert team when it comes to clean energy policy, and that he has some very ambitious goals. So now it's incumbent upon the Congress to work together in a bipartisan way to help implement that plan. We're going to have great debate between Democrats and Republicans, rural members, urban members. But a lot of it is going to come down to what the public presses us to do. The public will determine how ambitious we are. I see a growing consensus across America, businesses, activists, students, farmers, and they want us to reach for the stars. They want us to be ambitious and help create a new foundation in America, good paying jobs based on clean energy and environmental justice.
We do have 3 minutes left. Representative McKinley, if you could just put it in 3 bullet points, I'll have to jump in if we go over, but what should we look out on your side?
Well,
actual action.
I think the first, Julie, we got to get back to civility. That's been lost in the last maybe 3-4 years. We've lost civility with it. I think we have to work together, but it's got to be in a way in bipartisan fashion. We called for bipartisan, didn't get support. Representative Castor, she's right. She's calling for bipartisan, but it's when we called for it, it was said, yeah, only because you want to do it your way and not our way. So it's going to be, what do you mean by bipartisan? If it has that support. And the third thing I think that most important is that we're going to have to get the American public to understand that it makes no difference what America does in reducing its carbon emissions. That until the rest of the world attacks this, we're still going to have wildfires on the West Coast, droughts in the Midwest, and hurricanes. It is a global problem. We all have to come together to fight this. And there's no point in decimating our economy in the United If the rest of the world hasn't followed suit. So those would be the 3 things. Thank you. And thank you for your audience and the chance for us to all chat here together. I look forward to a different administration, how we're all going to work together, because we've got to do something for this country.
Well, in that spirit, what I heard today is, there's incredible challenges and mobilization that would need to happen. We need to be cognizant of consumer pocketbooks and bringing people along, but there is some unity, at least in this conversation, around a clean energy standard. It will have to depend on the year and how it's imposed and what technologies could be involved. There is a role for carbon capture sequestration, which sounds like it has bipartisan support, less so for a price on carbon, but a unified view that the U.S. needs to engage with the rest of the world in engaging on climate. Of course, the devil's in the details of all of these things, but we'll end on a positive note there of highlighting the commonalities. So thanks so much to both members for this great discussion. And thanks to everyone who's listening. I'm going to pass it over now to Global Energy Center Director Randy Bell as he leads us into our next segment. So over to you, Randy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia and Representatives Castor and McKinley. What a remarkable conversation. Now more than ever, it's heartening to see a serious, thoughtful, bipartisan discussion about climate action. This conversation also touches on another key takeaway from the Global Energy Agenda, the report we released this morning, in which we asked our survey question, what is the primary obstacle to net zero by 2050? You'll see far and away, the top response was political will and policy regulation. I think this panel showed us where some of the political challenges are, but also where we have opportunities for collaboration and agreement. This chart also points out that there is still work to be done on the technological side, with the number 4 response being technology availability, deployment, and scalability, which flows nicely into our next segment, Up next, we're going to bring you 2 episodes of Energy Source Innovation Stream, which will be moderated by Global Energy Center's Olga Kokova. Olga and I launched Innovation Stream this spring. It highlights new energy technologies. And we ended up hosting 35 episodes in 2020. It was one of our most popular Global Energy Center series. I'm really pleased to see Innovation Stream episodes as part of the Global Energy Forum this year. Now, over to you, Olga, for 2 episodes of Innovation Stream.
Thank you so much, Randy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Global Energy Forum edition of Energy Source Innovation Stream. I am thrilled to introduce Jonathan Carling, the Chief Executive Officer of Tokamak Energy, who will discuss the race to commercial fusion power. Please remember to submit your questions through the event app so we can get to them in the end of the presentation. Jonathan, it's such a pleasure to host you at the Global Energy Forum. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Hello, I'm Jonathan Carling. I'm CEO at Tokamak Energy, and I really welcome this opportunity to speak at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. You know, fusion has been studied in government laboratories for 60 years or so, and we're now at the start of a race between private fusion ventures, which is going to accelerate the pace of development. Next slide, please. Fusion is the reaction, but it's not science. Fusion power has been demonstrated 15 megawatts in the Jet Tokamak, for example, near Oxford, where Tokamak Energy is based. The problem is efficiency. Than they got out, and we own the best solution to that problem. We can minimize the energy input and maximize the energy output in a compact device. A tokamak is a type of magnetic, and tokamaks are by far the most mature device for doing this type of thing. Next slide, please. Okay, now fusion's got lots of desirable features that mean that despite all the technological challenges, it does have enormous promise and huge long-term value. It's clean, it's safe, and the fusion technology we're developing has many applications, not just energy. With our technology, fusion can become reliable, efficient, and economically attractive. So it ticks all the boxes for an ideal long-term energy solution for the world. And now we need to make, please. A fusion space race has started with many private companies getting involved. Some are still small, but 4 companies, including Tokamak Energy, have each raised over £200 million. Private fusion has arisen because of the combination of science becoming more mature, particularly for the technologies, especially high temperature superconducting magnets coming through rapidly. The whole energy transition challenge is pushing things along, and the increased appetite of investors for innovation in energy. Private individuals, sovereign wealth funds, oil and gas companies and governments are all starting to back private fusion. Next slide, please. Now at Tokamak Energy, we've got 2 key technologies that unlock our rapid development path. We use spherical tokamaks, as were pioneered at the UK's Culham laboratory, near to where we are based. And this class of magnetic bottle is well known to scientists, but we're pushing the device to much higher magnetic field strengths than were previously possible, using new high temperature superconducting magnets, which are crucial for efficient fusion power. Next slide, please. So here's a brief view of the spherical tokamak and magnets that we've developed so far. I wanted to emphasize that we build real devices and make them work. This is the third tokamak that we have built, and our devices already compare pretty favorably with the best achieved with much larger budgets and longer timescales in government laboratories. We're aiming at compact modular fusion power plants, delivering 500 megawatts of heat that could be used either for industrial processes or to produce electricity. Next slide, please. Our modular devices will fit into existing energy distribution systems. So once we've developed the technology and have the right partners in place, it can be rolled out very rapidly at large scale. We're sure that there'll be a lot of demand for carbon-free energy in the 2030s, 40s, and 50s. Next slide, please. This is our assessment of the demand that can be supplied by our technology around 2050. I'll draw your attention to one box on the bottom right-hand side. This is non-electricity energy, which is forecast to be required for transportation fuels, process heat, hydrogen production, 117 billion megawatt hours. It's not the amount of energy that you can produce from solar panels or something like that. This is big energy to power ships, to power aircraft, to create hydrogen. And this is on top of the opportunity for electricity. With our technology, we can aim at hydrogen, we can aim at synthetic fuel production and process heat. This is a huge market, and we're really excited to see the announcement yesterday of a collaboration led by Mazda to develop green hydrogen, sustainable fuels, e-kerosene for transport, shipping, and aviation. An excellent initiative. Next slide, please. Well, I've mentioned partners a couple of times in this talk, and we do indeed have a good list of existing partners. We're looking really closely at opportunities to partner with strategic, industrial, and technical partners to accelerate our fusion technology to commercial readiness. Next slide, please. So in summary, fusion energy is a game changer, and it's coming sooner than you think. Tokamak Energy is well positioned to be a leader and a winner in the development of fusion energy. And we're looking for partners to accelerate our progress and be ready to deploy our technology rapidly at large scale in the 2030s and beyond. Next slide, please. I'll just leave you with this final thought from Sheikh Zayed.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. That was excellent. Fantastic. I'd like to remind everyone that you can submit your questions through the app, but I will go ahead and start off with the first question, if that's all right. Jonathan, you mentioned that there's an increased interest from, and also confidence from the investors in terms of funding fusion technologies. Could you dive into the technological details that are different today that make that possible, especially, the technologies that your company is developing?
Well, the interest is driven by climate change and by other strategic factors, and of course by the progress in technology. And although the world has been developing tokamaks for many years, it's new technologies like advanced magnets and spherical tokamaks which have come along and really arrived to take a very sound technology and make it into an efficient, commercially viable technology.
Thank you so much for answering that question. Could you talk about your policy wish list? What would you like to see this year, next year? What would be the one policy that would make your life easier and could accelerate commercialization of this technology?
We already have very good collaboration and support with governments, especially our own government. That's very much appreciated, and we'd like it to continue. Fusion has a very good safety profile. It doesn't involve uranium or waste which will last 100,000 years or anything like that. So one thing that we're keen to see is that the safety regulations for fusion are appropriate, and that we don't just get given a nuclear badge and regulated in the same way as fission. And so far, with the work we've been doing with governments around the world, that seems to be well understood, and there's a lot of good intent to regulate the industry appropriately.
Thanks for that. I also want to dive into, you mentioned safety. I want to dive into international cooperation, and how is that going in terms of sharing of best practices? Is it great? Are there opportunities for improvement? Could you give us some examples of what's happening there? Are you exchanging, obviously there are some technological advancements that, you want to maintain private, but are you exchanging best practices, and are there ways that could be improved?
Yes, well, we have collaboration agreements with government laboratories around the world. In Princeton, the main US laboratory, and a collaboration agreement with the UK fusion laboratory nearby. And so where we have common ground, we can share information and share best practice. In addition, we're pioneering new manufacturing techniques. We're using methods that are commonly used in the aerospace industry, such as 3D manufacturing, to allow us to accelerate our progress. And when we find best practice ourselves, we share it. And when we see others doing it, not just in fusion, but in other industries around the world, we're very keen to adopt it. We believe in competition because it makes us try harder, but we also believe in collaboration because there are so many areas of common ground where we can help one another.
Absolutely. Talk to us about your timeline. What can we expect to see from Tecnomic in the next 3, 5 years, 10 years? What should we be paying attention to?
In the next 1 year, you can expect us to demonstrate performance in a spherical tokamak far beyond anything ever seen before. In roughly the next 5 years, you can see us demonstrate on our next device fusion energy gain for the first time in the world. And as we enter into the 2030s, you can see us working with partners on a full demonstration plant to show how fusion can be exploited commercially to make electricity or industrial heat.
Really great. Are there any misconceptions about fusion that you would like to, that you've heard over and over again, that you'd like to clarify and just set the record straight on?
Well, for most people, there isn't a misconception. They haven't heard of it. But for those who have, a favorite one is, oh, fusion's 30 years away and it always will be. And I think we've all heard that one. And I think it's because the pace has been slow. The devices have been getting bigger and bigger, which slows the projects down more and more. And one of the good things about our technology is it allows, because the magnetic field is much higher and the spherical shape is much more efficient, the devices are much smaller. We're not talking about giga projects, which are subject to massive delays. So we are already dispelling that 30-year myth by the incredible pace that the company has shown so far. And our competitors are moving fast too. So that's one myth that the private industry is going to dispel.
Thanks for sharing that. I think that's helpful to understand. You talked a little bit about several partners and collaboration efforts that are happening. Could you talk about your wish list of who you would wish to collaborate with that you haven't had a chance to in the future?
Yes. We're very interested in partnering with industrial companies who are interested in producing subsystems and components for our future fusion plants. We're interested in partnering with countries and companies with a strategic interest in future energy. How are we going to displace all this carbon fuel? What's really going to provide it? For this, we need industrial partners and technology partners in order to develop some of this stuff through to volume capability. So this is the kind of partner we're interested in talking to.
Well, that was really great, Jonathan. And thank you all who participated and submitted your questions. For our next episode of Innovation Stream, I am pleased to welcome back our Claude Lautrena, the President and Chief Executive Officer at Svante, who will discuss a path to building a CO2 marketplace. Claude actually presented at our very first innovation episode in March last year. So it's really wonderful to have you back here, Claude. Go ahead.
Thank you, Olga. Very nice for the invitation. First slide, please. So achieving a net zero carbon emission is probably the most fundamental and difficult task to stabilize the climate. So let's get one thing straight. What we're trying to do here is to basically capture the carbon that's been generated by the fossil fuel and putting it back to where it came from, which is storage underneath the seafloor. So CCS for us, the volume that people are looking at to achieve the climate change is about 10 gigatons. So just to put things in perspective, 10 gigaton at the value of carbon capture is about the size of the oil and gas industry today in reverse, mind-boggling. So we're trying to develop here a physical market for CO2 management that will require the management of the CO2 and capturing it and storing it. If you can get the next slide, please. So in order to achieve this, we have a demonstration plant that's running today in Canada on a natural gas boiler of 10,000 tons per year of capture of CO2. And we are looking now to deploy within the next 3 years our first commercial plant of about 1.5 million tons per year of CO2 capture from a cement factory owned by Lafarge Olson. And the project has been selected in Colorado, right next to an existing CO2 pipeline that Occidental is managing. So we've put together all of the stakeholders in the CO2 marketplace that we see to be able to develop the project so that we could be shovel ready by the end of 2023 to start construction. So our solution is an engineering solution compared to a nature-based that people may be looking at. And our unique filter is capable of both applying to point source or can be applied to a direct air capture. Next slide, please. So we have a four-pillar market entry strategy. The first one is to focus on existing industrial facilities, primarily that are burning natural gas to make steam for their processes. So it's an end-of-the-pipe, non-intrusive solution. We're also focusing on cement because it's a hard-to-abate industry where CO2 is coming not necessarily from fossil fuel, but half of it is coming from the rock itself. We're looking at blue hydrogen as a solution to create a clean fuel that would require carbon capture on an existing steam methane reformer. And finally, with a partnership that we've established with Climeworks, we are adapting our unique filter for air capture application that Climeworks would embed it into their system. So next slide. So we talk about the CO2 marketplace. We believe this will be very similar in terms of a framework. So we need to create a commercial framework where policy, finance, and industry players are all aligned. And we believe that the model being used by deployment of renewable over the last 15 years is probably similar. So the difference is that the emitter itself would be industrial emitters. They would have a flue gas to a project developer that would take this and then you need to physically move in the pipeline or ships the CO2 to a CO2 hub that most of the oil and gas players are today developing around the world. And then that project core would then rely on us in getting the technology, a conventional EPC organization to capture the CO2 and put it into a balance of plant. And then obviously the different tax credit or tax incentive or voluntary market that we see from the pledge being made by certain companies on net zero to provide the capital to build these plants. Up to you now. Any questions? That was just a teaser on some getting the marketplace discussion going.
Great teaser. Thank you so much for that. I do have a question for you. You mentioned in your introduction the emergence of a new industry. You called it the CO2 management. Can you expand on who will be the key players and how they will commercially interact? And is there a specific carbon price that needs to exist in order for this to happen? And you talked about voluntary, but also perhaps mandated as well.
Well, very good question. So the marketplace to me is a place where you have offer and demand. So the offer is basically the CO2 being emitted in industrial plants, like the focus of cement or hydrogen plant. And then there needs to be a demand for it. The demand will come basically from the voluntary net zero pledge being made by primarily consumer type companies like Microsoft and Amazon, who are pledging for 40 million tons just for Microsoft as an example. So they will be looking, because of consumer pressure, to push down to the different level, we call it scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 of carbon management, down to their supplier base, the CO2 management, and what we call the LCA, which is the life cycle analysis of your product, understanding how much carbon you're emitting. So once this is in place, this will basically trigger a market where I believe these companies will be looking to make investment in project development in the slide you saw earlier, where these capture plants will be built. And then suddenly a cement factory will be now a source of CO2 as opposed to trying to resolve the problem by itself, to capture and manage the CO2 by itself, which is quite difficult. Their business is to make cement. It is not to capture CO2. So that marketplace of offer and demand, we'll believe, will be in place, and it's coming. So what we're missing now is project developer who have the appetite of deploying large amount of capital, similar to renewable 20 years ago, at a very acceptable return investment. So to have an acceptable return investment in the 10 to 15% IRR, you will probably need a price on carbon somewhere between $50 to $100 per ton, depending on the source of CO2 that you use. So industrial, high concentration, you can get things working at $50. But if you go to direct air capture, you'll probably need somewhere in the range of $100 to $150 per ton. And the 45Q tax credit we have today in the United States is a way of getting the ball rolling and monetizing the CO2. And eventually, I think the voluntary market will take over, and offer and demand. There will be more demand for CO2 net zero than there is companies like us capable of delivering CO2 capture plant.
I want to zoom in on one point that you made regarding net zero pledges. Obviously, it sounds like you have tremendous number of solutions for companies to reduce emissions right there in their operations. Now, there could still be cases where that's just not economic or impossible right now today. And so these companies might reach out and try to figure out how to buy offset credits. Could you talk to me about how you see the offsets market, growing in the next several years, and how you can play a part in that in terms of maybe reducing emissions somewhere else, having them verified? Because right now we don't really have a global standardized way to even manage and track these, the way these offset credits work. The programs are in those silos. So could you talk about how you can play a part in the offset market that's set to increase in the next few years?
So first of all, we need to level the playing field in making sure that everybody plays with the same rule of engagement to manage carbon. Yes. So that's the number one. So I think, unfortunately, we'll have to go through a price on carbon that's going to be in the range of $100 to $150 per ton, that society can afford as a whole. And once you have this in place, then you need what people refer to as BCA, which is a border adjustment, a carbon adjustment tax, which is a way of saying my good coming into my country has this proper carbon footprint. Therefore, if you dealt with the carbon at the point of source, that's fine. If not, then there is an amount of money being captured to do these things. It's the only way you can get the industry to be stabilized, so you can do these projects, and a country or an industry is not penalized because it has the highest source of CO2 to do this thing at the lowest cost for society. Example being cement industry, where you can do things at $50 per ton, but in putting a carbon capture price of $50 per ton on cost of cement would call for cement producer to double the price of cement. So that industry as a whole is difficult to manage this. But if you look at the amount of cement that goes into a building that Amazon uses to do all its inventory warehousing, it's not significant, and $100 per ton for the cement being used by the industry can be a way of financing these plants. So the offsetting will come from the industry adopting the problem as a whole instead of industry by industry, and then whoever pays for the capture plant should own the offset associated with it, in my mind.
Fair point. You mentioned CBA, and I know that right now the European Union is slowly working on rolling out their mechanism for adjusting for carbon taxation based on how carbon intensive future products will be. It's a stage approach. We don't really know too many details on which areas, which industries would be targeted first. We do know it's a slow rollout, and they're talking to the stakeholders who are involved. We have this time as it's being developed. What should we start doing right now in terms of coordinating, making sure that this mechanism serves as a jump point to get that carbon market that you're talking about started on a global scale? What should we be doing now? Who should we be talking to, and how should that standardization happen? And what are we not doing?
Well, I think you have certain countries who are more progressive than others in establishing these difficult decisions as government. So these are policies, so it has to be done by governments. So I think Europe, because of the nature of Europe, it's a European community, they have every one of these small countries have to work as an entity called Europe, and therefore you need to establish this thing within their European community. So I think you'll see the experiment of doing it within Europe first, and then you need to link this one back to North America. And Canada took, a Canadian government made a very bold move a few weeks ago, just before Christmas, of saying, we're going to set the price of carbon at $170 Canadian, which is $135 US. That's bold. And we're going to embed it into it BCA, so Border Carbon Adjustment Tax, to align ourselves with Europe. That's the beginning. And I hope other countries will do the same.
Thank you so much. Could we go back to talking about some of your technologies? I want to zoom in on a project that you're really excited about, that you just, it's something that you've been paying extra attention to, and talk us through about where you want to see that project in the next several years. One of the projects that you are most excited about.
Well, we have several going on, but the one that we're laser focused on right now is to be ready, basically, to be able to build a first commercial plant of about 1 million ton on cement. And we've picked the relationship with Lafarge and Oxy and Total to do this thing. So right now we have a 1 ton per day small plant running at Lafarge Olson in Vancouver. We're actually in the process of building now a second plant for carbon capture from natural gas boiler with Chevron in California. And then we have our eyes basically on this larger project with Lafarge. But there's a few others that stay tuned, like we say, that we'll be announcing this year in the hydrogen field, and also on heat exchanger and boiler types of environment that we'll be able to focus on. So we're trying to develop a pipeline of project, but at the same time, we need to scale up our manufacturing facility to make the filters, because nobody makes these filters around the world. So we are today where lithium-ion batteries was 20 years ago, where an industry emerged out of this thing. So an industry will emerge out of the nano filters that we make. So we're building the first plant in the next couple of years. And at the same time, we are scaling up the size of our machine to a diameter that allows us to operate at the scale of commercial plants. So very exciting times. We're closing a major investment series in excess of $100 million to achieve this. We'll be announcing it very shortly with a very, very good channel to market partners. So we're quite excited about this.
Great. One final question. We have about a minute left. If you could tell me, what are some surprising things that you've learned from implementing this project? What are some takeaways that you will definitely be paying attention to for your future development?
I entered into this venture 4 years ago and thought it was a technology problem that needed to be resolved. It is not the case. It is not a technology issue. It is one of making sure that policy, finance, and industry players are working together, aligned, and we can develop a sustainable business where everybody makes money with a waste material that is CO2 that pollutes the atmosphere. And number two, I think over the last few years, I saw the industry or the consumer accepting a carbon price to do these things. They just don't know how to funnel the money into the industry. And that's the challenge we need to resolve as a society within the next little year or so, because time is running out.
Well, what a great statement to end on. Thank you so much to all who have joined us and participated. This was excellent, Claude and Jonathan. The future of energy solutions is truly bright, thanks to visionary leaders like you. And now, back to our Global Energy Center Director, Randy Bell.
Thank you, Jonathan, Claude, and Olga. And Olga, thank you again for leading the charge on what's been an incredible addition to our program this year. Like to pivot now to our next panel. The impact of the pandemic on the aviation industry was one of the big stories of the past year. However, there is hope that the Biden administration will use federal policy to enable the industry to build back more sustainably here in the United States. The Atlantic Council Global Energy Center has worked on sustainable aviation for a number of years, and Tom Hicks, the former Undersecretary of the Navy and founding principal and managing director at the Mabus Group, has been involved in our work since day one. I'm delighted to welcome Tom back to the Global Energy Forum to moderate the panel, Decarbonization and the Future of U.S. Aviation. Tom, how are you doing today?
Really glad to be here today. Thank you, Randy, my friend. Well, welcome everybody. Very excited about this. We have a great panel here to talk about decarbonization and the future of U.S. aviation. We have Jeremy Baines.
I was leaning back a little bit and I lost.
We have Jeremy Baines as the president of Neste US. We have Mark Hammy, the vice president of corporate affairs and sustainability and the environment from Airbus. Jennifer Holmgren is the CEO of LanzaTech, and Scott Kirby, the CEO of United Airlines. I mean, this is quite a panel. Very excited to be here and to be an honor to be amongst you. I think for the virtual audience out there, just for the way this will go format-wise, we'll have a couple questions, 2 or 3 questions that will go out to all of the panelists here, and then we'll follow up maybe with some specific ones. And we're going to ask you all to provide your own questions to the group as well. We'll weave those in too. And so there's no slides, nothing of the sort, and no opening statements. So thank you all for being here. So why don't we get started? I'm going to go kind of in order. I'll probably have Jennifer, then Jeremy, Mark, and then Scott kind of bat and clean up. The question, I think, is one we've all seen, one all heard, and I think Randy just kind of alluded to it. But certainly COVID-19 and the economic impacts associated with COVID-19 has really had has been a tremendous challenge. What for you all, as it relates to decarbonizing sustainable aviation fuels, what has changed in the outlook in the near term and midterm for sustainable aviation fuels and your business models related to that? Jennifer.
Yeah, so actually, interestingly, I think one of the things that the pandemic has done is it's made clear that when we come out of this, when we come out of the pandemic, aviation will need to be more sustainable. I think the signals are out there that as we come out of this, we're going to have to be more conscious of sustainability. I haven't seen any tremendous change in the business model. It's interesting. We launched LanzaJet this year, and we closed it in what I like to call, aviation Armageddon. And despite that, we were able to build a company whose future was all about sustainable aviation fuel because of the belief that sustainable aviation fuel is critically important to the industry and the future of the industry.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Jeremy, what's your take on the impact of COVID?
Well, I would say that it's maybe similar to what Jennifer has been saying. And once we get out of this, I want to start flying again, to start seeing my family, discussing early on in the wake with Scott that business will start blossoming again. But I think there's also an awareness that we want to do it more sustainably than in the past. And if we look at it in the context of climate change, we need to stop burning fossil fuels. So what are the solutions available today to make it more sustainable? And what are the solutions in the future to continue being able to fly? So now's really the opportunity. How are we going to go about doing this for the next couple of decades?
Yeah, that's great. It's such a great point. I mean, I think when you look at the aviation industry, at their core, it's not about transportation in my mind, it's about connecting people. And just to that point, I mean, I look forward to the day when we can connect not only this way, but also in a real way. And I think that's the power of the aviation industry. So Mark, what's your take on this topic?
Yes, thank you very much. Very happy to be with you this afternoon. We are meeting at a very critical moment for this industry. First, of course, the COVID crisis is the most impacting, the most severe crisis for aviation forever. At the same time, we can see an increasing pressure coming from climate change on our business, on our activity on aviation. So we absolutely need to recover from this crisis in aviation. At the same time, we'll have to manage the most important transition in our history of our sector for a fully decarbonized aviation. Of course, first objective is to recover from the crisis. The impact is huge. I think that Scott will say that first on airlines, but also on airports, on air navigation services, and on the whole manufacturing industry and supply chain. At Airbus, we had to reduce our production by 40%. Finally, we deliver 566 aircraft this year, which is 34% less than last year. So according to the plan, I have to say that we have been able to manage hand-to-hand with the customers this crisis, and we are very thankful to them. We are also very grateful for the support of the government. But today, this industry is really in a very fragile situation. So we need to recover. This is not only for aviation industry. As you said, aviation is very important for the recovery of the global economy. It's very important for trade, for tourism. I think in the USA, if you count all the jobs supported by the aviation industry, the tourism and so on, it's close to 10 million jobs. And it's 1.8 trillion of GDP. So it's very important for the economy, but it's very important also for the society. As you said, it's first about connected people. And after this long lockdown, I think it's very important to restart the exchange between states and between people. And this is really vital for the stability and peace in the world. And so we do think that there is a need for aviation. And there will be a rebound for air transport after the COVID crisis. We need that. And we trust it will happen, even if it could take some time, even some years. But of course, what we are expecting now is a vaccination campaign can reduce the pandemic, and we can restart to travel again.
Great, thank you, Mark. So Scott, what's your take? I mean, you're major airline. It's been 2020's been like every other year, right?
Yeah, I wish. Look, thanks for hosting me, Tom, and the Atlantic Council. And I'll piggyback on what you said, because what we were fond of saying before, or fond of saying today, and will be in the future, is that we're about uniting people and connecting the world. I believe firmly that we are social creatures and that we will get back to uniting people and connecting the world. But as Jennifer said, this has been aviation Armageddon. We never contemplated anything like this, even in our worst case planning scenarios. After 9/11, revenues were down 40% for 2 months, and then within 12 months, we're kind of back to down 10%. We're still down 70%, 10 months into this crisis. At United, we've been in the last quarter burning $35 million a day in cash. That sounds horrific, and it is. But when this started back in March, it was $100 million a day. Just remarkable numbers to think about. And that's been catastrophic for airlines, for our employees, but as Mark alluded to, also for economies around the world. There wasn't, I'm not sure, an appreciation for how many jobs and good paying jobs the aviation industry drives, not just directly within in aviation, but if you go to Orlando or Las Vegas or the convention center in San Diego or anywhere, the number of jobs that are driven by connecting people and uniting the world. I think the governments around the world, but particularly here in the US, for the support. The industry would have been devastated without support. Government support not only helped us, it gave us the time to go raise money in the private capital markets to make it through the crisis. And while we're going to make it through the crisis, aviation will be changed forever. And one of the perhaps counterintuitive conclusions that I've reached, at least that relates to what we're talking about today, is that sustainability has become more important than ever. And that's more clear now than it was before. And the reason is because there's no way anyone can tell you with a straight face that we are not part of a global community and everything that happens everywhere in the globe is connected to everywhere else. And decarbonization is at the top of the list. It's something I've cared passionately about for many, many decades. And I think that's more clear than ever. And so the commitment that we make, not just in aviation, but in the world to decarbonizing is going to be critical. United, we're proud of our leadership role. Coming into the pandemic, we represented over 50% of commercial aviation's worldwide commitments to purchasing sustainable aviation fuel. And we just, despite everything that's going on in the pandemic, about a month ago announced that we're participating in the world's largest direct air capture and sequestration, a carbon sequestration program, partnership with Occidental and 1.5. We'll talk about this, I'm sure. But at least I'm convinced there's no way we're going to decarbonize the planet without that, unless all of a sudden fusion power becomes real. But absent that, we're going to have sequestration.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely come back to that, Scott. I think that's a very great and interesting announcement by you all. I think I'm going to stay with you, and I'll kind of work back with this next question. And it's we are less than 24 hours away from having a new administration. If you had your way from where you sit in your industry, what policy changes, or what would you want to see? What 1 or 2 or 3 policy changes would you want to see to grow and to allow for decarbonization and to increase sustainable aviation fuel demand? So we'll start with you, Scott, and then I'll work to Mark. And Mark, for you, I know you're kind of based in Europe. We're going to ask you to kind of take those lessons learned and tell us Americans what we should be doing. So, but first we'll go to Scott.
So first, I'm going to answer this question as a citizen of the world instead of the CEO of United Airlines, because those might be different things. Although, since I am the CEO, I can choose to answer them in the same way. And first, I think somewhere, and I've spoken to a lot of people in the new administration, we need a way to put a price on carbon. We're not going to solve this unless we put a price on carbon. And we're going to need government, both carrots and sticks, to do that. And you can't do it overnight, but you can do it gradually. So I think a price on carbon is important. And I think support for sequestration, other credit mechanisms, the only one that I know of that's truly scalable at this point is sequestration. So government support for those, that you can build the economies of scale, drive the costs down. I'm fond of talking about sequestration as an example. For 20 or 30 years ago, everyone said solar and wind power were uneconomic, but today they can compete. And that's because as you invest and as you drive economies of scale and efficiencies, you can make those more efficient. But we're going to need government support to do those things in the near term, and probably some kind of credits that allow you to do that. On a more tactical airline basis, one of my incredible frustrations for years has been the inefficient air traffic control system that we have today. We estimate that we could improve efficiency by 15% by just using essentially GPS technology to fly instead of flying the highways in the sky that we fly today. Yeah. And that cuts the time for customers that you're on the airplane, makes the aircraft more efficient, cuts emissions by 15%. It is a win-win-win across the board. But we've been unable to get much progress done. So in the short term, the lowest hanging fruit is to just modernize the air traffic control system. And in the longer term, a price on carbon and support for industries that are decarbonizing, I think is going to be critical.
That's great. And for our virtual audience out there, don't forget to put your questions in. We'll surely be able to get to those as we can. And I love the idea, Scott, about talking about carrots and sticks. As somebody who has a market transformation background in my past, big believer in both of those things. There's kind of ways to help motivate and move industries. We can talk about more about that later. So Mark, I know your perspective is probably based on Europe, but maybe there's some good lessons learned, good advice you could give us as we think about and as we kind of go into this next this new administration that begins tomorrow. So what are some thoughts that you might have for us?
Thank you. No lesson from me or from Airbus, but what do we believe? At Airbus, we do believe that carbon neutral aviation is possible, and we can achieve it in a lifetime. And I think that this vision is largely shared within this industry. What I just said demonstrates this. And if you look at the ACAG report, so this association regrouping all the industry, airlines, manufacturers, airports, they deliver a very interesting report, Waypoint 2050, showing a global trajectory for aviation with 50 less emission in 2050 and the carbon neutral aviation in 2060 without offsetting. And we do support this trajectory. And at Airbus, of course, we can see that on short term, already updating the fleets with the last generation of aircraft can reduce the emission by 20 to 25%, which is already a step. Of course, sustainable aviation fuel, our aircraft are certified for 50% incorporation of sustainable aviation fuel, which means something like 40% less emission. And we are working on a potential 100% incorporation of sustainable aviation fuel in the future. Better operation, better air navigation services. And to go a step further, we have the ambition of being the first manufacturer to deliver a zero emission aircraft to the horizon 2035. We are working on 3 concept projects. A turboprop with hydrogen burned in a gas turbine with a range of 1,000 nautical miles and a capacity of 100 seats or so. A turbofan with a capacity that could go between 120 or 200 at a range of 2,000 nautical miles. And a bleeding wheel body, so a very innovative concept that could offer more flexibility for the storage of hydrogen. Where do we look at hydrogen? Because a lot of other sectors, including in transport, buses, cars, or trucks, ships, or vessels, are looking for this. You know that if hydrogen is produced for a renewable or a very low carbon electricity, it can be fully decarbonized, carbon neutral. It can be burned in a gas turbine. It can be used to produce electricity through cells. And it can also be associated to carbon capture to deliver what you call e-fuels. P2L, power to liquid, so synthetic fuels that could fly on our aircraft and also deliver a very low carbon footprint for aviation. So we do believe that there are solutions, short term, medium term, long term to decarbonize. And this is something that we would like to deliver with all the stakeholders in aviation so that the next generation can continue to fly as we do today in perfect respect of the environment.
That's great. Thank you, Mark. And Jeremy, you know, you all have, Neste has two of the largest, if not more, of the largest refineries, alternative fuel refineries in the world. Rumor has it, you may be thinking and looking at the US, but what's your perspective in terms of this question? What would you like to see from this administration to kind of incentivize and grow that demand for sustainable aviation fuel?
John, thank you. I mean, firstly, I don't think there's a magic bullet to this. There's no one single solution that is going to make flying more sustainable. And I think we need to use all the available solutions out there. CCS can be one of them, but at the end of the day, we need to stop burning fossil fuels in planes. And it's great that we have technology on the horizon, but there are tens of thousands of planes in the air today, or they should be in the air today, or will be back in the air very shortly, and we are producing hundreds of new planes per day. So for decades to come, the technology of choice will be to burn some kind of fuel. And therefore we have to ask ourselves, what do we want to burn? And sustainable aviation fuel is a fuel that is available today. It is still a niche market, but really scaling up rapidly. That actually tackles a lot of these questions. I mean, it does reduce emissions by 80%, and it works without changing any infrastructure. So I think having in place the policies that encourage using solutions that work today, while also recognizing that there might be solutions in the future, is so important. So the new administration, when it comes in, could quite clearly make that choice. And maybe even in the to be able to support the aviation industry, come with direct support for promoting sustainable aviation fuels to the airlines so that the industry can recover faster. So I think those are things that an incoming administration could directly do.
That's great. Thank you, Jeremy. So Jennifer, you've worked with past administrations and agencies within those to good effect. I'm sure there's been a little bit of frustration from time to time in working with some of those. But what is, from your perspective at LanzaTech, what would you like to see? What are the 1 or 2, 3 things you'd like to see from this new administration as it relates to your sector?
Yeah, so I would say that it's extremely important to have incentives that enable the production of sustainable aviation fuel. And those incentives need to help develop those fuels as they relate also to ground transportation. There needs to be an incremental incentive to enable them to go into the aviation sector rather than the easier to access road transport. So I see the government will need to put some incentives in place. The second thing I see, and I think it's important for us to think about industry and how it will grow. Bigger, bigger, bigger is better, right? That's because petroleum is the densest liquid on earth, right? And so you can move it to a central location and build a 200,000 barrel a day facility. We're talking about waste resources. You cannot aggregate waste resources. You're not going to move biomass to a central location. You're not to a large central location. MSW, we use waste gases. You're not going to aggregate waste gases. So what I imagine is a distributed approach to the production of sustainable aviation fuels. That doesn't exist today. The ability to make small modules, the ability to 3D print at a remote location, all these things, the only way you make that happen is if you build more. You build a lot of things, and as every technology evolves, it's an exponential growth, and it goes exponentially down the cost curve as well. So the governments need to help us replicate. They need to help us really get across the valley of death, build the first one, build the second one, build the fourth one, and then this will take off. And so project finance and enabling project finance, whether that be direct grants or loan guarantees or other such things that enable us to build enough of these plants to get them down the cost curve, is the second really important factor. And I think when we do that, we'll get to the same place solar has, right? 10 years ago, we were screaming about Solyndra and laughing about solar was never going to be anything. And here we are. That is what happens with new technology. And we need to get sustainable aviation fuel to that point. And that's what I think government needs to help us do.
So maybe a follow-up, and this maybe also applies to Jeremy, is you mentioned feedstocks, a critical part to this, but if you could just talk to us about, obviously you're looking at industrial waste gases, but I also think as you've gone into LanzaJet, you're also looking at some other waste opportunities. And so that question, but then to Jeremy, you all have made a very kind of public and notable transition to kind of waste feedstocks. But what do you all see as the now solution in your respective companies and industry? And what do you see on the horizon in terms of availability of feedstocks?
Yes. So what I see. So for those that don't know, we use gases. We convert gases. So it can be industrial waste gases, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, gasified municipal solid waste, gasified biomass. We can also take direct air capture and with electrolysis convert that. So the box is big. And so you see a sequence of technologies. And the way I see the sequence is, I talk about putting steel in the ground. How many boxes of steel do you have to put in the ground to make the aviation fuel? Okay. If it's industrial waste gas, I just go directly and convert it. If I have to put a gasifier, I add cost. If I add an electrolyzer to add more hydrogen, I add cost. That's how I think about it. So that's how I think about the sequencing of the feedstocks. How many boxes do I have to put in place to make the fuel? I believe that there is plenty of feedstock. My old job was all HEFA based, right? Oils, waste oils. That's the technology we developed. And there is a limit to that. But once you start getting into waste, solid waste, mixed waste, there's no stopping you. So feedstock will not be the problem. You said about LanzaJet, I talked about LanzaTech and the feedstocks we use, but for LanzaJet, we can use any ethanol. And there, what I imagine is a more sustainable ethanol where the ethanol producer partners with the agriculture company, and we start to work on, as you create a lower CI ethanol, the farmer also gets some credit. If they have better agriculture practice, they get credit. If they get different lower carbon fertilizers, they get credit. So I see a partnership between the producers and the farmers creating a lower CI product by figuring out how to make the feedstock production more sustainable. There is so much room. This is sky's the limit, no pun intended.
I like that. So, Jeremy, I'm going to add to this question because we got some question along the way from one of our members from the virtual audience, Chris Midgley, and I think it relates to you all, this question of feedstocks. So if you could just kind of answer that question, but also, the question we got from Chris is essentially, is there enough tallow, for example, to scale? I think it's a fair question. I know you all are involved in your plant in Singapore, looking at Australia and the tallow market there. But from your perspective, what are the feedstocks of today? Can they scale? And what other feedstocks might we see in the future?
I agree with Jennifer. Feedstock is not the issue. Yeah. Today, Neste uses used cooking oil that, for example, we collect from the airports. Yeah, so we use the used cooking oil from the airports and can convert them into fuels. But we also looking to move into algae. We can use municipal solid waste, the gases that come off it. We can also use forestry waste. So I really think that if the policy direction were to have like a direct support for aviation fuel, like a blender's tax credit for SAF, you would really start seeing the demand pick up and the supply would come online to match it. Yeah, so for the foreseeable future, I don't see a challenge with the amount of feedstock. And I don't think we can look at feedstock at one feedstock at a time, a used cooking oil or a tallow or whatever. It's the pool of available feedstocks out there. There's a lot available. And then I think we also talked briefly about carbon credits earlier. I think what you see is that each industry has a different value on carbon. Because it's so much more difficult to decarbonize aviation than it is my passenger vehicle. Yeah? So the passenger vehicle will very likely go electric first, and that will free up feedstocks for the harder to abate industries, like the aviation sector. So I think there's the feedstock element, but then there's also how do you tackle these different sectors of the economy and make sure that there's a support there, like Jennifer said, to build those boxes, so that you get that scale necessary.
That's great. So I want to change things and get over to Scott here for a second. So Scott, United Airlines recently announced it was taking the very bold, very ambitious step of pledging to reduce its GHG emissions 100% by 2050. I'd like to see if you just kind of tell us about that. Why was now the right time for United to make this commitment? And tell us how you plan to make that meet that goal. I'm assuming that's through sustainable aviation fuels, as well as some of your more recent announcements on direct air capture. But maybe you can just talk a little bit about both of those.
Yeah. So the timing was really about, and I don't mean, I apologize if this sounds egotistical, but this is something I've wanted to do for as long in my career as I can remember. I've been interested in the environment, believed that global warming was happening since the 1980s, and have always wanted to make a difference. And sometimes you've got to be the CEO to make a decision like this. And so I became the CEO, and that truly is what the timing was. And what we tried to do was something unique and different than I know of any large corporation has done, which is when we said 100% green, we meant 100% green without using traditional carbon offset programs. And one of the frustrations to me is that there's a lot of people in the world that are talking about and that care about climate change, but they take the easy way out, which is writing a check for a traditional carbon offset program. And the truth is, many of those, maybe not most, but many of those aren't even real. It's paying somebody to not cut down trees that were never going to be cut down. But even if they are real, man-made emissions are up 4,000 times since the industrial era began. We cannot plant 4,000 times as many trees. It just won't work. And if you're good at math, you know that the traditional carbon offset program won't work. And I don't think personally, and I've been following this for a long time, again, I sort of said it tongue in cheek, but absent, a breakthrough in fusion energy, it's really hard for me to do the math that you don't have to wind up with some kind of carbon sequestration as a big part of the answer. And so we wanted to, more than anything, not just talk about what we're doing at United, we want to change the conversation and make the conversation about real solutions that will really make a difference. And that's why we focused on this partnership with Occidental and 1.5 to move towards sequestration. I recognize it's not economic today, but as both Jeremy and Jennifer talked about, you got to come down exponentially on those cost curves. And so we just wanted to start, and we wanted to change the conversation more than just the commitment at United, and hope that if we can be a part of getting the pebble rolling down the hill, it can become an avalanche, and actually change the conversation that leads to real difference and meaningful change in the world.
That's great, Scott. I'm going to follow up with you on this, and something that I kind of could relate to my time back in the Pentagon when we were going through the same iterations, buying more aircraft. You knew you were going to, when you bought those aircraft, they were going to be in operations for 3 decades or more. And so meaning that you're going to be in the liquid fuel business of some kind for quite a while, which is why we really went after all sustainable aviation fuels, or biofuels as we call them then. So I guess a question for you, and this may apply to the other panelists as well, but we're starting to see this kind of the focus from the electrification of the ground transportation, and now you're starting to see these very nascent things looking at aviation. Where do you see that? How are you tracking that? Is that something you see in the 2030s, 2040s, or somewhere beyond? Is that something that's going to necessarily be limited to things like short haul flights? Just how is it you all look at that issue?
So the problem is energy density. And the energy density of jet fuel is triple that of hydrogen. Even if you could create green hydrogen, it requires a lot of energy for electrolysis to create green hydrogen. It's 1/3 the density of jet fuel. And so for long haul aviation, and batteries require a technology that's not on even anyone's theoretical drawing board to ever have the energy density to power an aircraft on long haul flights. I think there's probably going to be opportunities for small and short haul aircraft, but for the bulk of what we do flying long haul, we're not going to be able to fly an airplane from San Francisco to Bangalore with 300 people on board with hydrogen or batteries unless there's some change in technology and that is not even on anyone's theoretical drawing board. It's farther out than fusion energy. So I think we're going to be flying airplanes for a long time, which means finding other things to do to decarbonize this industry.
Yeah, so it's kind of a similar question to Mark at Airbus. I know you all notably about 10 years or so ago started looking at this, started doing some groundwork in electric and hybrid electric propulsion. Where do you see things in that regard? And same kind of question in the 2030s, 2040s. Is the potential there? Maybe to answer Scott's respond to Scott's view that we need some technological innovations that don't yet exist. So what's your thinking on that?
What Scott has said is of course exact. So which means that with the status of the batteries today, it's difficult to imagine an aircraft flying with only batteries, except for little aircraft on short haul. And this is why we are turning now to hydrogen. This is true also that, as I said, for the time being, we can imagine a range of 2,000 nautical miles, so which is already that significant segment of the aviation sector. But probably for long-haul aircraft, we will to further develop a technology to be able to replace fuel, and this is why the development of sustainable aviation fuel or power-to-liquid fuel, electronical fuel is important for this segment because it's possible to fly with these fuels already on existing aircraft and for long, but for long-haul aircraft, this is a solution. But we really want to explore the solution of hydrogen for short, medium haul aircraft and see if we can extend it to longer range aircraft in the future. And so this is why we have decided to develop our studies on this segment, because we think that this is something to explore that is very interesting. In the past, the energy sector was dominated by oil and even the global economy. It's possible that in the future, hydrogen will be dominant. If we look at the plan developed by many countries, including USA, we can see that hydrogen could have a very large part of the energy production or transport in the near future. And I think we cannot miss this opportunity to have aviation included in these plans. And so this is why we really want to explore this. We are an innovative company and see what are the right modules that can fly with this technology. And as it was said, I think by Jeremy, there is no one solution. So probably the different modules, the different aircraft with different range will fly with different solutions, perhaps electrical aircraft for little range and small modules, and general aviation, hydrogen hybrid aircraft for short, medium range, and electronical fuel or sustainable aviation fuel for long range in the medium term. And then we'll see what happens in the longer term.
Great. So I've got a question. This is based on what we were looking at to some degree during our time in the Pentagon, but this is really, I think, primarily for Mark and maybe Scott, but any of the panelists. But as we look at the performance characteristics of the aircraft using sustainable aviation fuel, is there enough research out there? Is there a compelling case that shows either efficiency gains from that, in addition to the great environmental gains we're getting from that, and GHG reductions? And then also, is is the research sufficient as it relates to the life of the engine, for example? I know the things that Airbus puts in its airplanes are, engines coming from other vendors, and United is flying those, flying airplanes that come from those vendors as well. But what's the state of the research? Is this an area that could use some federal support here? So I'll turn that over to Scott first, and then back to Mark.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I'm quite comfortable putting sustainable aviation fuel in the engines, and that it's not going to impact. And everything that I've seen says it's not going to impact the long-term.
I was thinking of a positive impact, actually, where you have fewer particulates in the fuel that may speak to a longer life. But
I'm not aware of anything that's a positive outcome beyond the environmental benefits, which are substantial and which are obviously the reason to do it. But I, at least, maybe Mark can correct me if this is wrong, think of it as equivalent to running an airplane with jet fuel, and no substantial difference one way or the other.
Yeah, Mark, any
Yes, I can confirm. So from the time being, we have a limitation to 50% blend. So we have to explore, and there is obviously no issue. Very good fuel efficiency with this sustainable aviation fuel up to 50%. Now we have to explore if we can go further up to 100%. We think that should be possible. And we cannot see from the time being real difficulties, even if there could be some adaptation. It's not exactly the same fuel. And you know that there are different pathways, so we have to study the different fuels. There is another thing we have to explore, which is the non-CO2 impact, and how sustainable aviation fuel can also reduce the non-CO2 effects of aviation. This is a domain that needs further scientific studies, but this would be very interesting to look at this. And here again, we can even see benefit from sustainable aviation fuel. We do hope that it will also reduce the non-CO2 impact of aviation. So a lot of hope on the use of sustainable aviation fuel. For us, it's really to go from 50% to 100%. That will allow to really reduce the CO2 impact of aviation.
Yeah. Great, thanks, Mark. So Jennifer, you feel free to comment on that last question, but also you mentioned before, or maybe I brought it up first, but you all have had a pretty busy year, pretty busy 6 months, even though we've been in this Armageddon, as you said. But curious, what is LanzaJet that you've created? What is that allowing you to do that you couldn't do as LanzaTech? And if you just talk to us a little bit about, kind of why that was the right move to make last year, and what do you see going forward for LanzaJet?
Thanks, Tom. Let me address the emissions issue, because when I think about sustainable aviation fuels, I don't just think about greenhouse gas reductions. These fuels don't have sulfur. Particulates are significantly less. We did quite a bit of work with NRC in Canada showing no contrails. A big reduction in contrails, I shouldn't say no. These things are really, really important. If you live near an airport, they're really important. And so they augment the social justice issue. And these things are available now. These benefits are available now. I always think of sustainable aviation fuel as not a blending component, but an uplifting component to conventional kerosene. And I think that's a factor we miss. Going back to why we formed LanzaJet, so it would have been just easy to keep LanzaJet inside LanzaTech. But apart from the fact it's a very different technology, I really feel that one, we have to bend the curve very quickly, right? We can't just be looking at all of these things that are long-term and not bend the curve now. The longer it takes to bend the curve, the harder it's going to be to have a real impact. And I think sustainable aviation fuel is a key way to bend the carbon curve and a key way to do something in the aviation industry now. And so what I wanted to do is, we've already demonstrated, we'd already flown a flight with Virgin Atlantic, we had a delivery flight with ANA. What I wanted to do is build a 10 million gallon a year plant to produce SAF as quickly as possible. And I felt that by creating an organization outside of LanzaTech, that it was its own organization, it could do that. The second thing I did was, that we took investment a little different. There are lots of people who are willing to invest to help us build our first demo, but that wasn't good enough. What I wanted were investors that were committed to the first plan and to building the first commercial. If the KPIs were met, they would go ahead and invest in an SPV in a local jurisdiction that they had. But in addition, they were going to do the development of the plant, the environmental permits, all of the things that take 2 to 3 years in parallel with us building that demo, that 10 million gallon a year plant. So by putting all of that in an organization, we were able to create much more momentum than if this was just a part of LanzaTech. I also wanted LanzaJet to access other ethanols. We're not the only ones that produce sustainable ethanol, and I wanted to give them that opportunity, because creating that market, right, you start to pull other technologies also on the feedstock side. So that's why we did that. We want to go fast. We want to go really, really fast. And I've been building plants, as you know, for a long, long time. And I figured, leverage that knowledge to figure out how to go faster.
Yeah, that's great. So Jeremy, question for you. And, I guess, kind of coming back to where we were, just any other policy things that you would like to see to get sustainable aviation fuel to take off, no pun intended. But what else do you see, whether it's from the government, the federal government, local? And I'm curious if you have any thoughts about the role of airports and airport authorities. Obviously, we've got a great cross-section of folks here representing the industry. The airports, is to kind of Jennifer's point, is where, that see a lot of those emissions kind of firsthand. And I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about what they could do in terms of carrots and sticks and infrastructure that would support you and your industry.
Yeah, well, I think first, I think it's also still important to recognize the efforts that the airlines and the airplane manufacturers have been making in making flying more sustainable over the years. And companies like United have been at the forefront of this for a long time. So it's also listening to what all the partners in this ecosystem want. What do the communities want that are near the airports? What is needed by the airlines to make it more sustainable? So there are many policies that can help in that regard. I think Scott mentioned carrots and sticks. Yeah. So what are the carrots, like SAF blenders tax credit that can reduce the price on the one hand, and what is the one that makes the playing field more equal for everyone? So is there a need to either put a price on carbon or to put an amount of volume that needs to be incorporated? So I think there are many different policy choices out there that can be followed, but it's really finding something that most people feel will really help to tackle this problem. And I think maybe also to the earlier discussion about SAF, the first thing that springs to mind is safety of the fuel for the planes and the passengers that go on it. The second thing that we'll focus then is the sustainability of the fuel. This overnight reduces greenhouse gas emissions by up to 80%. But then also think about the difference in the production. We produce these at a facility which is dedicated to making sustainable fuels, as opposed to the emissions that come off an oil or petroleum refinery. So in terms of the local emissions in the communities, this makes a big difference as well. And so I think there are many aspects to this problem.
So Scott, maybe to you about this question about airports and airport authorities. I know, is this a question of where the airports can lead the way, or is it going to take somebody like you and United to help move them along? Where do you see the role of airports in this equation?
I think that airports will be broadly very supportive, but likely supportive in the sense that it's because the airlines are asking them to do something. The hurdles are on our side and on people like Jennifer and Jeremy that are creating the sustainable aviation fuels. To the best of my knowledge, we would use the same infrastructure to get it there that we already have today. And because of that, the airports will be supportive of anything that we ask them to do, but are are probably not the right constituent to try to lead the effort. It'd be hard for them to lead the effort, as opposed to getting airlines to lead it with partnerships with the people that are producing actual SAF.
Well, I've got a question for you from a former United employee and a good friend or old friend of mine from the days when I was in the Pentagon, and he was at United, Jimmy Smartzis, who's now CEO of LanzaJet, bringing everything full circle. But
hi, Jimmy.
for the group, what guidance do you have? So we'll go in order. We'll start with you, Scott. What guidance do you have for others to help overcome, break down barriers, and enable progress?
Look, I think we have to have honest conversations. And honest conversations means not papering over the problem, as an example, with traditional carbon offsets. It means accepting that we're going to need government support and credits to bend the cost curve on these things. And it probably means that even when we bend the cost curve, some of these are going to be more expensive, and that's an appropriate price to pay. It's the same as putting a price on carbon. That we can't have everything in a consumer society that we've had in the past and expect it to cost the same. This is going to cost something to deal with the problem. But I think more than anything, we need to start having honest conversations about what real solutions are. This doesn't just apply to aviation, sustainable aviation fuels. It applies to decarbonizing the whole economy and arresting the increase in global temperatures. Without honest conversations, we're never going to get to the real answers.
That's great. So, Mark, with Airbus, what similar question? I mean, same question. I'll just phrase it a different way. For you and for Airbus, what's the most important factor that you would attribute your Airbus's success in your decarbonization efforts?
As we said at the very beginning, there is a need for partnership and leadership from both the industry and the administration and governments. This is really a very important transition, and we need to work all together on that topic. Of course, at Airbus, we are first dedicated to work on new technologies for both hydrogen aircraft, but also even for sustainable aviation fuel. We need to develop aircraft that can accept 100% sustainable aviation fuel blend. And so this is where we are developing our activities, but really we need to work together in partnership between the government and industry. It's good to see, as we can see today, some airlines and some producers of sustainable aviation taking the lead. Of course, we also want to take the lead on the technology side of this industry, and all together put the different solutions to achieve fully decarbonized aviation to the horizon 2050, 2060. And so this is very important to work hand in hand. And of course, in this, we need also the support of the states to incentivize this transition. I think the Atlantic Council has made an excellent report in April last year on the different options to incentivize. But I think we need also signal from the state they want to go in this direction, and they want to support the industries going in this direction. So in good partnership, supporting the development of technology on one side, developing the development of the production of sustainable aviation on the other side, and for their own also developing a better air traffic management. There is a lot already achieved in the US with NextGen and so on, but I think this is an area also for future development.
That's great. Thank you. So Jeremy, I want you to take this question. What's that most important factor for Neste? But I think, Neste's journey here has been really interesting and admirable. You've been at Neste for many, many years. I wonder if you could also, in addition to what's that most important factor, but maybe talk about that transition from the feedstocks that you used to use to those that you're focusing on now. I mean, what was that transformation like in the company? Yep, over to you.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working for Neste for nearly 20 years, and when I first heard about renewable fuels within Neste, I was skeptical. But I was skeptical because I didn't quite understand it. But as you learn more and more about it, you realize that actually this is a solution that makes sense. It uses the infrastructure and technology available. Yes, you start off with the easier oils to use, the vegetable oils that are out there, and as you learn, you use more and more difficult oils, and by that I mean you go into wastes and residues, and then you start exploring how can you use algae and usable solid waste, how can you use forestry waste. So actually, then you very rapidly discover that hey, this solution is really scalable. And it works, overnight. And you've got stuff that works today, and then you've got a roadmap for how do you make this pool broader and deeper, and how can you really commercialize this? And we're really at that point now where with the airlines, with the airport, with the consumers that are wanting this as well, with regulators and governments, if you all make the decided push, we can make this really take off. Yeah? And we just need to have that additional incentive or that additional vision to really have SAF and some of these other fuels start coming into the marketplace now. So I think the transformation has been from, hey, how do we do this in a simple way? How do we scale it up? How do we make it more complex? How do we get more actors on board? So it's been a real amazing journey so far.
Yeah, that's great. So I'm going to come to Jennifer. Feel free to take this, although it came from Jimmy. It seems a little inside. No, feel free to answer that. But I also want to kind of bring us back to the kind of the government side, because I think LanzaTech has a really good record there, and I want you to maybe comment on the government's role in picking winners and losers, and what a level playing field looks like, and so this kind of gets us back to that kind of government policy piece and what the role of government is. And I think you've got I'm sure it's a front row view of what that looks like.
Yeah, that's a setup, because you and I have talked about that. So I'll share a little bit of the things you and I have chatted about. It's really important that we realize that disruptive technology is super important in creating the change that we need to create. And disruptive technology is not something that we can think about legislating today. So if the governments put incentives or legislation that incentivizes by technology rather than by outcome, what it will do is it will literally slow down the new ideas. All that does is favor incumbents. And so we're missing out. And this is something actually LanzaTech went through, right? We did gas fermentation, industrial waste gases that were going to go out as CO2, and converting those to ethanol. Was that bio or wasn't that bio? And bio gets an incentive. So do we get an incentive or not? And so I really think legislation has to be technology neutral. It has to be based solely on outcomes. And that is how we will create the next wave of technologies. And as all of the speakers have said, quite frankly, what we need is every solution to have a seat at the table. Any solution that can contribute should have a role to play. The market will eventually decide. They'll eventually pick the winners and losers. The government should not.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, we've got 3 minutes left. I think we're still, if there's more questions that come in, we'll gladly take those. But in this time, maybe coming back to you, Scott, if you could tell us just a bit more about what we might see in the future from United. I mean, you all have made some pretty, amazing progress here over the years. And, I think you gave a little bit of mention about your air capture technology, air carbon capture technology that you're employing, but just kind of give us some kind of concluding thoughts on what you see, and then we'll go down the list here of other folks as well and ask a similar question.
Well, it's been great being on the panel, and Jerry and Jennifer, I'm gonna have some follow-ups for you, so I'll look forward to that. But I think what you'll see at United is a real commitment. Where I told people that when Wall Street Journal when I retire someday, and hopefully they write a good article about me. I hope that the number one thing that they say, I believe actually that the number one thing that they will say about my career was the announcement we made back in December for 100% green. Because it's the starting point. You know, it's a pebble today, but it can become an avalanche. And I already said this once, but it's the starting point that can get the ball rolling. And, you know, what is unique at United is, you know, we have a broader platform than many people. I can talk to a lot of people in DC. You know, I can talk to any reporter, and we can talk about this and start changing the conversation. And so we're going to continue to invest in sustainable aviation fuels, support the development of sustainable aviation fuels, but support even broader efforts to address carbon across the whole climate and the whole economy. And we're going to be focused on doing the right thing, not what's good for marketing. We could spend a lot less money and get the same marketing bang for our buck in the short term than we're spending on direct air capture, for example. But we're going to focus on doing the right thing and hope that that leadership role gets others to follow. And that's what I'll truly be proud of if we actually help start a revolution.
That's great. Very inspiring. So, Mark, how about 20 seconds? We're down to our last minute. Any last thoughts, Mark?
Yes, thank you very much. I would not like to have the last sentence, but I'm very happy to see this commitment in the US on the sustainable aviation fuel. And of course, we want to support this with the certification of aircraft to fly in the US, sustainable aviation fuel, to be innovative and to support, I hope, this transition to a decarbonized aviation in the US. And it's very, very encouraging to see such big airlines as the US Airlines and these very innovative producers of sustainable aviation fuels to work together to deliver solutions for the future of aviation.
Great, thank you. Thoughts? We're down to 10 seconds.
We are committed to continuing to invest in sustainable aviation fuel and helping the airlines fly more sustainably.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. I think we'll go with your previous comments as your concluding ones. We're kind of out of time here, but I just want to thank everybody. Thank the panelists, as I think I've referred to them before. They're really titans in their industry. The thought leaders. I am so thoroughly impressed with each and every one of you, what you do, and it gives us, I think, all confidence that decarbonizing the aviation sector is within our grasp. I know it's not going to be easy, big challenges ahead, but I think with the people that are on this panel, it gives me hope, gives me confidence that we're going to get there. So thank you all. Thank you all to the virtual audience as well. Randy Bell, I believe, is on here, and I'm going to turn it over to my friend Randy.
Thank you, Jennifer, Jeremy, Scott, Mark, and Tom. Really appreciate this conversation. Really important discussion about a challenge that we have the opportunity to address right now. One of the key themes of the Global Energy Agenda report that we launched this morning was that we need to realize the opportunities created by COVID-19 to make the energy system more sustainable. Aviation is a key opportunity, and I hope the Atlantic Council continue to work with all of our colleagues, those on the panel and elsewhere working on this issue, to make progress this year. A couple of things that I heard, a call for a carbon tax, really focused on being technology neutral, looking for outcomes, not winners, not picking winners. I think across the board in the energy system, that's an important point, that we're focused on emissions reduction, not picking one technology winner over another. That's going to be the fastest way to get there. So really, and I thank Jennifer for making that point in particular. That was the end of our first block of programming for the 2021 Global Energy Forum. And what a fantastic start. We've heard from colleagues in the UAE, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, who talked about how the UAE is approaching climate change while still being a major oil and gas producer. We just heard about aviation, sustainable aviation. We heard about the Abraham Accords. We learned about other really cool new technologies that could reshape the energy system. So a lot that we've accomplished just today. We now have a break in programming. When we return this evening, we'll be moving to Asia, covering everything from nuclear energy to innovation ecosystems to how Asia's own energy transition is continuing to evolve. So please stay tuned for that. And then tomorrow, we also have some very special inauguration programming. I hope you can tune into that. We have a panel right before the inauguration looking at how America should approach the new administration, what it means for the new administration means for the world and for the U.S.'s role in it, both from a foreign policy and an energy perspective. Then you can watch the inauguration with the Atlantic Council through the app. Capricia Marshall, who was the former head of protocol for the United States, will be moderating or discussing what's going on during the inauguration, how this differs from previous inaugurations. It's going to be a very different scene than we have seen over the past many inaugurations. And then finally, we'll have a rapid response panel with energy leaders and global leaders, really, from around the world right after the inauguration. How are they thinking about what just happened? So anyway, we are signing off for now. We will see you soon for what will be breakfast time in Beijing. Thank you all so much for joining us for the first part of our programming.